everybody, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We are opening the doors for tonight's session and hoping that Mongo doesn't step into a big pile of fairy poop.
The only one hoping that is Mongo. Everybody else will get a laugh out of it.
No, Mongo's always hoping that he's not stepping in any kind of poop.
Dude, the worst thing you can hear is see this really disheveled face standing on the corner going, "Hey kid, you want to smell my fairy dust?"
And bird.
Can't commit war crimes.
Wanna fucking bet?
Totally can. Probably shouldn't, but hey, totally can.
Very ill-advised to do so.
So we're gonna jump right into the recap since we have no announcements. Other than, hey, guess what? We might have a one-off coming up soon because I won't be around and neither will Cayenne.
Oh god, the boys get left unattended. I feel unsafe.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The only one that's left to protect you is you.
Feel threatened yet?
As far as I know, Noodle's not in that one, so he can't protect you.
But he can.
Scabbard, lead us off.
Okay. Well, one of the major things that had happened, definitely, was Cayenne's remarkable druid test that everyone was present for. And while she was doing everything there out in the field, the rest of the family were present, bickering and speaking amongst each other while we got to witness amazing things happen. Including a really unfortunate vigil that went splat.
I know that that's a highly contested thing behind the scenes about hey, why didn't the halfling get a second chance there? Well, there's a couple of factors there based off dice rolls. One, I rolled how many people were going to be a victim. Unfortunately, it was the loneliest number. Two, it's kind of what happens when you roll a 1 to dodge and a natural 20 to attack. So, basically, the D&D universe said, no.
Following after, there was brief celebrations. We all had a short meeting with our advisors. Then we were transported through a portal to the realm of Orella, very far off land. And we got to meet a vampire that happens to be the runner, operator, leader, the one in charge of this place, including some really weird, creepy jester guards. So
that's a weird way to address the royalty of this actual region of yeah, they're the operator. Yeah, they have some sort of title. I mean, they're not nobility or anything.
They're not an emperor like Scab, therefore they don't matter.
There was no official introduction.
That's the thing is we don't really know.
Their relevance is unimportant to me because I am Emperor Stafford.
We know. Okay, look, we
Fucking
know that they're
gemstone
important.
kobolds.
We know they're important. We just don't know to what extent.
Actually, no, there was no introduction, just a name, so we don't know that they're important. We weren't given anything
Kind of
other than their
implied
names.
Based off their entrance.
That and they had their own personal guards, so it's pretty safe to assume they're kind of important.
Or at least they think they're important.
Plus, they had a lot of knowledge on the actual city itself. And furthermore, they told us where we would actually be staying, which I believe is where we left off at.
No, I think we're just finished talking to him.
Yeah.
So I hadn't actually left the area where we bounced into.
No, yeah, no, that's what I meant, is we left off after speaking with them.
Yeah. Cayenne, how about you?
Aside from putting a lovely trophy on the
Yeah, the black
on the wall, after all of that, it's time for my test with Pearlia. Very different. The questions were very difficult at first. It took some time thinking over a few of them when it didn't involve any kind of magic or any kind of arcane arts of any kind, when it was just basically intellectual questioning. Took time thinking on how to answer those. Came to the realization that some of the questions seemed more like riddles with the answers outright in the question, which made it kind of easy to come up with an answer based off of that. The very final test, which involved me choosing any of my current spells,
Come here, Sophie.
and
Come here, Sophie.
basically imbue that with wild magic,
Come here, Sophie.
which turned the stands into this
Good girl.
giant
Good girl. Lay down.
monstrous beast, and
Mhm.
it made a halfling go splat, and Pearlia knife-handed it back into rubble, and told me I was permitted to pass the test. And Sunny was the first to come up to me after I passed. The very first one. She clung to my leg, and Cayenne is still in a disbelief of all of this. Even though she believes that she did her test well to all of her abilities, she truly didn't expect to pass it first time around, especially knowing that it took her mother 2 times to pass against Pearlia.
I thought it was she got it on the third try. But I may be wrong.
2 or 3. But
Yeah, and you received
after,
a pretty wonderful trinket in regards to that.
yes, it's essentially a focus of sorts, but can only be used by druids. Allows me to, from what I've gathered, it allows me to use a wizard spell once per week, which is pretty cool.
It was like a wizard
After
spell of the
the-
level that you can cast at. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
After the druid test and celebrating, we went to the upper crest, where we met a furbolg who set us on a very turbulent, trippy ride, as they would have described it, which took us to Orilla, where we were met in this huge hall by these very, very quiet, very, very creepy looking guards. Creepy to Cayenne, at least.
And there,
And then the jester, who greeted us before what Cayenne would have assumed the lady of the house, made an entrance. Found them to be a vampire. The oddest thing about it was she is a vampire who is able to walk within daylight. And she showed us the city below with the absolutely massive tree just lined with Fae homes and little towns. And that's where we left off.
yeah.
And also, Kippa knows the secret of Lomion. She said that his secret was safe with her. And she said this to me in Druidic, I believe.
Yep, she spoke in Druid to you fluently, mind you.
Mm-hmm. Which was a shock, because But wait, what?
One of the lingering questions you had, and I actually answered it on the Discord, was that after your little drinking binge with all your friends, Lumion basically took you back to his home and instructed his people to take care of you so that you can recover, and left it at that essentially.
Aw, he's so nice.
So, yeah, she got pampered again.
Yeah.
And got to feed the goblins again.
Yeah, all the goblins. The lore and legend of the Cayenne Groves. Nikolai, what about you? Also, I updated your sheet with the card.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. All I ever really remember doing is being completely dumbfounded that this halfling got killed and like no one seems to care.
There might be some post-mortem, like, trying to piece it back together, but in the moment, a lot of nobles went off in different directions, even though they understood what it was.
It's like if there was like a waiver to sign, like I would have expected that we had to sign that too. It's like, you might die, just so you know. Accept this, sign here. And then I really just remember getting sent to Orella. Like, I don't really think Nikolai was just really much of just an observer that whole game.
Oh no, he's gonna don a black suit, a hat, and be completely naked and just be an observer of the travels throughout different time periods, documenting them. Sorry,
You mean shaved?
I'm calling out French. Sorry. Great series. Okay, well, what about Mongo? Anyway.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about
Nikolai didn't do much. He was just there and observed.
Yeah, I know you and Mongo were essentially to a degree. Oh no, there was one thing that you were actually very much involved in, and that was the decapitation and the ruining of the table and the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the session before.
Nope.
No, that was last session.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I remember that. But I thought that was the session
Where
before.
Sir Mir was instituting royal decree.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
Yeah, the execution of the Black Scales Dragonborn that was evil as well.
Yeah. Shermir basically
Yeah, that
took his
Cayenne knows
sword
the
and,
history of just how evil.
effectively made a impromptu guillotine,
Yeah.
and then curb stomped his
And
head off.
Nikolai and Mongo figured out a little bit how to cast the way Milim casts.
Yep.
Kind of freaked out Mongo because he felt a pull from somewhere.
Yeah, and you took it a little bit further and enhance it with elemental forces. Yeah, and that's right. And we went to go find Sunny so we could see if she would be a battery to enhance our magic powers.
You
So
used
that
her
we
as
can-
battery. I said she was taking the lead on that.
Well, you know what I mean. To help, in the very least. To do identify, to try to figure out what the hell happened to you.
But she just simply explained what actually happened.
Yeah. And then we saw Sunny have more cojones than probably Mongo ever will. Call me wrong. Say I'm wrong. Say I'm wrong.
Because I'm fucking cautious, you gotta keep busting my balls about it.
That's actually the biggest thing that happened for Mongo last session is the nobility of Aurora has requested to speak to you. I think.
Yeah, that's actually a little terrifying.
Yeah, and
Now,
then
one of the biggest things
yeah.
that specifically happened to Mongo was finding a bit more out about his dad.
Oh.
So we can confirm that yes, he was an illusionist wizard, and he multi-classed 2 bard subclasses. So not only is he a glamour, he's also an eloquence bard as well. And apparently got dreamt into existence somewhere on the astral plane. Who had that dream? I don't fucking know. Where? Yeah, there's so much about that doesn't.
There's a lot of questions. there
Oh
regarding
fuck
it.
yes.
Yeah.
This
I'll
this,
finish
this
the,
player's just gonna in her own little brain say that Mongo's dad was dreamt into existence by a beholder.
Not the individual I thought that might have dreamt him into existence, but pretty fucking close.
You know, I've written out full histories for each of the members of the Obscura.
and I would love to read it, but I just know I never will.
You're getting bits and pieces slowly.
Why would you
piecing
never do
everything
so?
together. You have the book that basically was written by a correct yes regarding the origins.
Yeah. But yeah, kind of overclocked, produce flame into a flamethrower, and that was kind of cool. It was a little scary, unexpected, but fucking cool. Got to watch the test of Cayenne. That was awesome. Sorry to create a better golem by accident than Mongo's ever intentionally cast. I'm trying to get pointers on that. Yeah, little dude went splat. And then we went to this little place called Arella that none of the characters have been to before, but some of the players have. And that honestly kind of feels like going home again.
So, we're going to go ahead and jump into this. I'm going to do a little bit of post-mortem here regarding the in-between getting to Arella and bucking up things. If I can actually talk without sounding like I swallowed a frog. Oh god, I'm going to end up sounding like Colts all night. Talking that way.
The characters play a game narrated by Polls.
Oh, you put that out there. Cayenne, after your test, just as she actually appeared, they appeared up. Perlia simply just disappeared. You went to go look for her house. She was gone. The only thing you found at the location of the house was a note that was actually tacked to the tree, and it simply stated, "I will return when I deem it is right for Oslin to take her test."
Cayenne would have kept on to the note to relay it to Osling for sure.
And your good friend Lumion actually sent you with a tiny bag of holding. Doesn't hold a lot, only 5 pounds, but it was filled with apples from all over the different lands that they can get their hands on pretty nibble on.
Awesome.
There's even one apple in there where you hold it up, the light refracts into the actual skin of it, and you can actually see all the different, like the core and the seed just floating in it. It almost looks like a potion more than an actual apple.
That's pretty cool.
What kind of fucking attitude is that guy?
You were seen off by
Oh.
your good friend, the otter.
Starbar.
Starbar. I'm going to need way more caffeine for this second. So you were seen off by Starbar. She wished you good luck, and she helped you basically identify the deck of cards that you got.
Okay.
So you know more or less what they actually do now. You're able to relay that to Mongo and be all happy about, hey, look at this deck of cards I have. The deck of cards is referred to as the junk drawer.
It is. The way what it does is so fucking cool. So, how many days had it been since I discovered what it does?
It's only been like 2 days.
Okay.
With the card that you
So 2 days after that card, or including that one?
after that card.
Okay. So I can get two pulls.
Kid, it's only one per day, remember.
Yeah, but I can get 2 pulls up to
Yeah.
this point because it had been 2 days.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
We're going to do those 2 pulls real quick.
Yeah, let's get those 2 pulls because they could be useful. I don't know what I'm going to get. One at a time.
So the first one you pull,
Uh-huh.
you see it materialize, and it's a broken pot plant.
Okay.
Is
Is-
no, not again?
Is it an actual plant or a broken plant pot?
It's all the contents of the actual pot.
Uh-huh.
Broken, there's soil. The plant looks like it was trampled. It's long dead, but it's just, you're like, oh, it really is a fucking
Okay.
store.
I'll do mending on it. I have no idea what type of plant it is. And I'll give it to Cayenne.
Yeah, you're doing this barely alive. Well, you can tell from your druid nature that this plant is clinging onto one cell of survival.
Maybe it's useful. I know druids do weird shit. Maybe she can bring it back to life and it's an awesome plant. I don't know.
And for your second pull,
Okay.
oh god, I love this thing. I really love this thing because it just allows me to just, alright, this is what you're getting. Based off of like a chart, and I just run with it. How fun it is. A half-eaten tin can.
Scrap metal.
Give it to Ace. Here you go, buddy.
The world of many useful themes,
Not
except it's
just
mundane
a tin
stuff.
can. It's already half eaten.
It's pretty great.
Could I tell what kind of plant that was that Nikolai gave me at all?
Yeah, do a nature.
Because if I can tell what kind of plant it is, I can determine how useful it might be. That was a 12.
With a 12, you realize that this plant is going to need a lot of nourishing to get back to even a remote state of stability. But it is referred to as a sundrop plant. Essentially, once it's in full bloom, you're able to pick the leaves off gently, bend them in half and break them, and they act as glow sticks.
Whoa, that is dope.
Okay. Yeah, I am going to take care of this plant.
That is a fucking dope plant. Can you do something like wither and bloom on it to make it be better?
Don't want to blow
I'm gonna take care of it so that way I can have it produce seeds, so we could potentially at least have a small crop of them.
Alright.
Hell yeah.
You know what?
Cayenne
That actually
starting
kind
a-
of works for this group because there was at one time a few of us got drunk. I know, big shock. And basically turned the hotel room into a fucking rave. So having biological fucking glow sticks.
Man, you gonna start your own party business?
Oh my god,
Wasn't
this is
my
goblin
intention
outreach.
for this plant, but okay.
So,
Crossbreed it with the plant that you gave Sunny.
so you're able to. Mondo, you're able to actually utilize what you have learned and start communicating with Noodle a little bit. And you find out that Noodle is actually a very big fan of martinis. I just see this one go flying into his head.
No, I've got a
The
fucking list going
fastest-
with.
But
That was the fastest I've ever seen you grab your notebook.
You also find this out. You can relate to Scabbard if you choose. You pick up on it?
Smells funny?
Huh?
Noodle thinks Scav smells funny?
No, you find out that Feisty enjoys bedtime stories, especially the adventure kind.
I think that would be a Cayenne thing, but I think Cayenne also knows that Feisty likes to read.
Yeah, and you actually found this out because you walked in and Noodle was actually reading Feisty a bedtime story.
Is that something you would share with me?
And
We need art of this.
higher low,
Hi.
higher low, Cayenne.
Hi.
And when you walked into this very wonderful scene of Noodle reading the bedtime story, you saw Feisty was basically curled up, and you saw either sister, Cayenne and Ozzy, on either side of Feisty, using her as basically something to lean against and fell asleep.
Alright, that's fucking horrible.
There's a pile of animals cuddling.
So is that something you would actually relate to?
Plenty of stories to share.
I try to go and actually get like a book that I think Feisty would like hearing. Give that book to Scav and tell him this is for you to read to Feisty because she likes bedtime stories. But also try to find one not too complicated. It's not too many books.
It doesn't have to be a picture book. Or should it be a picture book where he makes his own story?
Scabbard, you did actually something really rare for you. You get to spend an entire day with Kippa.
I'll do everything I can to learn as much as I can during this time. Plenty of readings to be spent.
Yeah, you get to spend the entire day with Kippa essentially before you head off to Morella.
Study time.
You're going to spend the time studying and not spending it just going about the city with her.
Oh, it's gonna be going about the city, but it's like learn as you go.
Yeah, Sir Mir is there, of course, and an entire entourage of soldiers and caretakers.
Would be a good idea to maybe find snacks that Kippa enjoys.
Oh yeah, definitely. But definitely want to try and find her a book.
and get a recipe book.
I would actually try and find a book that she would actually really enjoy because I know she loves reading books.
Ooh, do an investigation with disadvantage.
Well, we totally fucking misspelled martini.
And that's me.
It's very easy to spell.
Apparently not.
Modify.
I'm
Modify-
curious at how you misspelled it.
So
More tiny, but then again, it's
you
noodles,
take
so
some
it's
time
smaller terms, so I
away
guess
for
it's
about
kind
an
of an
hour. You head down to the information broker and you speak to the information broker, and you actually procure a book that you would be interested in.
And I present that book as a gift.
And you do find out through talking to the information broker that Kippa in particular and her parents, they're not referred to as kobolds, they're referred to as tiny dragons.
Tiny dragons.
They've actually have never been referred to officially as kobolds. That's more of a slang term for an insulting term for them. That they've actually transcended that and have never actually been referred to directly as kobolds. They're just lumped in because of their size and stature.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh. Gavin is just like his dad.
Apparently,
Except this dragon is a lot smaller.
Apparently, chasing exotic things is in the family genes. Oh, maybe that's what got the Obscura killed. Oh.
Before we left, was I able to get any kind of small tidbit of like information, even a story about Holvar, Cayenne's dad?
Yeah, you would actually, Mongo, would you share that little bit of tidbit information from the book?
Yeah, of course.
Alright.
Martinis or is there like a particular type, like a smoky type, like 1 olive, 2?
We didn't tell you, you're gonna have to experiment.
Fair enough.
probably classic Vesper.
Let me jump over
Shake it
here.
around.
Steak and not sure 007 style. I can totally see that. Noodle in a tux.
Beware
Nice
of
little smoking jacket, martini in one hand.
Shaken, not stirred, please. Can totally see that.
Actually, you know what, the more I fucking think about it, the olives would almost look like little rocks.
Yeah.
Fucking makes sense.
So you find out from Mongo, from the origin book that you have in your possession, regarding Holvar. It's you thought your dad was a bit fanatical, but her father seems on a different level. Hovar simply states that he knows that his father was a demigod, and that his father came to Earth and essentially looked for the most badass woman that he could find to be his bride. And gods weren't actually worthy enough to be his wife.
He got what?
Damn.
Was he already a centaur, or just the biggest badass he could find happened to be a centaur, so he decided, alright, I'll be one of them too.
It's not clear by the book, but Hovar basically says that he is probably the child of the storm god.
Fuck! Oh my god, so we can confirm.
Cayenne is divine.
Deity.
Cayenne's a demigod.
Look at the light!
On her way to ascension.
No.
No, she's not a demigod, she's a quasi-god. God.
She's already 1/3 of the way there.
Oh my god, so biologically speaking, she can actually gain power by the goblins praying to her.
And worshipping her.
Because she has the blood of a god, and she's related to a god, and she already has worshippers.
Nice to dig that hole a little bit.
Let's see how far that rabbit hole goes.
Essentially, your father kept the tradition going, and basically that's how he ended up with your mother. He looked for the biggest and most badass person he can find to hook up with, and he's like, I want her, she's a badass archdruid. So, now that I've shaken the family tree a little bit, go over here to this. There we go.
Seriously, everything we fucking find out about Hovar, dude, your dad is such a fucking badass.
I can't wait to find out what is his soft interest. Like we're talking he secretly loves
Knitting.
really bright, flamboyant flowers, really cute plushies, or something like that.
I got something that
Mini
would,
golf.
no, I got something that would just make her just eye roll even harder. He's a huge fan of what are they called? Button-down shirts.
Like Hawaiian shirts?
Well, yeah, he's a huge fan of Hawaiian shirts.
How'd that work in?
Just comfy.
I'm
oversized
more confused.
shirts.
How would that work in D&D?
Well, it doesn't
Or
necessarily
tabletop.
have to be button. It could be like the little reed that you put in and twist.
Yeah, because I try to think of button-down shirts, and I'm like, how would that?
Well, nobility has button-down shirts and tie-cut shirts.
That's true, but I'm more or less thinking how would that pattern actually work?
It's just axes and bloodstains.
No,
So-
that's the fucking source of his rage.
When a button breaks.
Yeah. Or he's tried to do that and broke one. Ah!
So,
And throwing a mountain at him just pisses him off.
we're going to go ahead and jump into this. Let's fucking go. So, you find yourselves in the capital city of Palmer, at the entrance to the castle. For those that are actually of the religious cloth, this really puts a stark kind of thing in yourself there, Scabbard. As you guys walk a bit further away from the castle, you can see that there are guards posted everywhere. If you want, Nicola, you can do a perception for me.
Perception. Okay.
Yes.
I clicked buttons because I forgot to get my dice.
Please do a insight for me.
Insight.
That sucks. That's a 9.
That's a 9.
But my passive perception is, like 17.
17.
Add your tinkering modifier to it. So I'm waiting for him to come up with whatever he's coming up with there. You might heard
I guess so, 14.
14.
But again, my passive perception is 15. So
You're actively looking for something.
okay.
So as you head away from
So wouldn't that be
actual
investigation?
castle- No. this is
Okay.
for something
Okay.
specific.
Okay.
You head a little bit of the way from the castle, and you're looking back at it. What strikes you as really interesting is the castle itself doesn't seem very well defended, but you know that could be a false image. But the detail that catches your interest the most is built right out of the base of the castle and overseeing the entire city is actually a massive temple of Palor. That is actually a part of the actual castle itself.
I will point that out.
That's cool.
And
That's-
what you notice is, as you were leaving the building itself, walking through the halls, seeing how it's designed,
Mhm.
that this is a war temple. Essentially, this temple is a last stand kind of construction, that it's meant to basically house the people of the city within it to defend itself.
Okay, so it's like a stronghold.
Yeah.
The temple, it's not just a temple for worship. It's a temple, it's a stronghold built to a deity, or for a deity, or by a deity.
It's the Temple of Palor, but the castle itself is a part of the actual temple.
Okay.
The entire castle itself, you're like, it looks like it won't be able to take a lot from the outside, but this is a stronghold. There is no way you're going to crack this without a full-on...
Without a entire fucking army.
Are we speaking in terms of like early Renaissance cathedral type of temple, like massive?
It sounds like even stronger.
So there's like this large peak of the thing, and you have to go down.
So like a Templar's fortress. Gotcha.
Yeah, and then the temple or the castle itself comes up, and then off to the side over this large cliff that oversees the actual tree is this massive temple to the actual god Palor that they put him front and center as the prime deity of this entire continent.
I would definitely point this out to the group.
And the fact that there's actual vampires worshipping Palor says something pretty significant about their
I
character.
mean, do we know that these are vampire people?
Oh, yeah.
You recognized her as an actual vampire.
Okay. But then again, there was no introduction that she's the queen or whatever, so I don't...
Yeah. And you're kind of putting 2 and 2 together with your past history of dealing with things, especially you nearly being eaten alive by vampires. That the guards there are in full plate armor, that you can't see their faces or anything.
Probably are too.
Yeah. And then you have the big skulking things that are like 10 feet, 12 feet tall with shards of obsidian fur. Those are something completely different that you don't want to deal with. And then, of course, you're also layering on the jester that you saw that kind of makes your bones ache with fear.
As far as I'm aware, I'm not sensing evil from them.
There is none at all. It's actually quite the opposite of what you were feeling with the Dragonborn. All you feel is warmth here. A welcoming warmth.
This is a safe city.
Scout gets a
Yeah. It'll take an entire army to breach this fortress. I point out.
More than just the
See,
fortress.
that is like way bigger than it needs to be.
The whole castle actually appears to be a temple of sorts, specifically to Palor.
The sun god.
More or less. What would I know about Palor?
You don't even have to roll for it. You would know quite a bit about Palor and what they stand for.
So it's a pretty significant major god. They are more along the lines of law and justice. They're very good. Don't get on their bad side.
Hold on. The sun god.
Yes.
Anybody else finding this a bit ironic?
What?
Not necessarily.
It's kind of counterintuitive at the very fucking least.
It could be a blessing directly from the god themselves upon them.
Just fucking saying. Usually sunlight bad.
Brother, I'm gonna put a hand on your shoulder. If anything
Great.
was bad going on, trust me, I
You're
would know about
missing the point that Cayenne, please tell me you're understanding what I'm trying to get at.
I understand what you're getting at.
Okay. At least somebody does. Thank you.
Gav, what Mongo's trying to say, typically sunlight and vampires do not go hand in hand.
it. Oh, trust me.
But I can see what you're saying with the fact that the lady who greeted us earlier is able to walk mid daylight. I can see where it potentially the people here are blessed by the sun god and are able to do so now.
Oh, trust me, I have first-hand experience with that. But that's like you said, it's more than likely just a blessing that was given to them. So long as we don't do anything to upset anyone, we should be fine.
We're fucked.
What are you planning on doing?
Nothing.
Then why are we fucked?
So, you guys eventually work your way down the large ramp, walking past every like 20 or 30 feet or so. Oh, no, about 60 feet. There's guards posted on either side, essentially, protecting the royal way up.
Mm-hmm.
They're not doing anything. They're just standing behind you guys. You see a couple of kids run by, heading up there, seeing who can get to the top the fastest, essentially. And the guard kind of turns and marches over.
Hey, Ace, buddy, can you carry me, please? I want to draw these guards. They're really cool looking. Kind of like make a graphic documentation of these journeys.
He just gives his thumbs.
Thank you. I'll sit on his shoulder and start drawing.
Well, and now you're eventually working your way down to the actual city, and you eventually get to this like massive tree. You're blown away by this tree because of how large it is. You get down to the base of the actual ramp down, and you're already entering basically the shade of this tree. And you can see that it goes well over the walkway at this point, over some of the actual houses and homes and businesses that are around this large circle that is built around the actual tree. And you look up into the canopy of the tree, you see all these trinkets hanging there, and you can see little homes there and things like that. You can see Faye coming.
So cool. I might be spending some time in the big tree. Little houses. 19.
Yeah, you're able to get a decent sketch.
Yeah, so I want to get the sketches of the guards, the path that we're taking, kind of like a graphic story of this adventure to whatever the point where I have to stop drawing. Little sketches here and there.
So you eventually do make your way over to the El Nod Inn. There's this massive ring around the actual tree walkway, and it's easy for you guys from being in the previous city to accommodate what this is for. It's actually designed to be a celebration area, the town center, to set a marketplace essentially for people coming and going. But you're able to get to the El Nod Inn. It stands. It has its curved up, almost like an axe kind of shape going up. So when it snows, the snow just slides right off. And you're seeing it's about 2 stories tall. It's just this really dark red oak kind of color to it. You're able to head on inside, but once you head inside, it seems a bit bigger than it is on the outside. If you want, you can do an investigation once you're inside.
Yeah, sure. Do so. See what I'm looking at.
I'm distracted by pretty. Having a 5.
24.
24? 9. You're distracted too.
26.
26. You head inside and you're on Ace's shoulder, and you pause for a moment, Scabbard, as you look over at Cayenne and you see a Fae just land on her nose, and the Fae is looking at you between both your eyes, Cayenne, and just flutters off. And you get some of the dust in your nose, which causes you to snort and sneeze a little bit.
That was a little fake. Is that good or bad luck?
And yeah, you see this wonderfully, this beautiful, well-kept tavern. And you see that there is a kitchen off to one side, and you can smell food coming from there. And as you look a bit closer, you can see that there's a plaque on the wall, and you see that there's this beautiful sketch of what looks to be a fox fin. It says "Best Boy."
I'd like to take a closer look at that.
I'm curious.
See who the best boy is.
All right, you can go ahead and do that.
Also, with that being Faye, would I have known that Faye was just kind of messing around, just kind of playing a harmless trick?
It was just examining you up close.
Okay.
Like, ooh, centaur.
25.
Hey.
25? Yes, you see the name.
It's like, ooh, giant creature, must touch it.
What is that? Pointing out the picture he's staring at.
You hear a voice from over at where the innkeep is, and it's this beautiful elven woman. Looks like she's in her late 20s. Doesn't even look like she's that old. Like she shouldn't even be running the shop.
So she's probably at least like 400 or 500 years old.
Probably.
And she looks over and she's like, that's my best boy, Zen. Always the employee of the month, always sends pies home from his journeys. I'm guessing by your appearance that you're the nobility that I'm supposed to be taking care of. Welcome to my shop.
Absolutely. What was your name?
Lydia Sparrow.
Pleasure to meet you. Give a little bow.
I know that just throws just a few people for a loop because of the time.
Sorry, this is my brother Scav, my brother Nikolai. My
She's
sister-
like, oh, no need for formalities, I already know who you are.
What kind of pies does he usually send back?
He experiments, but mostly of the pumpkin bread. He loves the gourd. He's constantly tinkering with the recipe to discover new ways. When he stops in, he will be in the kitchen and cooking more than just pies. He loves her pastries in general.
Oh, pastries. I do love those.
Here. So, you lot are far from home?
Oh, just a bit.
What brings you to my tavern other than to stay here?
Just kind of had to pop into town. I had a little business with the royal family.
She just nods a little bit. She's like, makes sense.
Do you happen to know where the Tinkerers Guild is here in this town?
She looks over. The Tinker's Guild. Of course.
Because that's the most impressing business for myself, at least at this time.
And she just looks you over, and it's kind of like this inquisitive look. And she just kind of raises an eyebrow. And she's like, so you come to my tavern, you have improved room preset, and you're instantly going to just leave and disregard generosity.
He means no disrespect. My brother, as you probably figured out, is
A moon mouse, technological, yes.
yeah. Ever
I did,
since he
but-
was a kid, he's had his face buried in blueprints. Always trying to come up with something to better any situation, better the world.
I'm sorry.
He means absolutely no disrespect at all.
As you're looking at her, you can see that she has that classic stern elven look. Like, you know she's judging you, but she could be judging you at all times, kind of
Yeah.
look.
As a cat, I'm very familiar with this.
And she kind of raises an eyebrow. And, she's like, very well. relatively new establishment. Wait, no, it wouldn't be new to you. I'm thinking in my terms. Sorry. New is within a few hundred years. It's old.
Okay.
So if you head out that door, the one you came through, make a right, head a bit further, you will eventually find where it's at. But please do not go any further into the Jester's Court.
Yes, we were told that before.
If they have their own weapons posted, and do not disturb them. If you see a Jester, do not interfere with their business. To a degree, it is considered a crime to interfere with the Jester's business.
Those guys with the funny hats.
Yes.
Okay, in the masks. Okay.
Rather creepy, but seem to be really important.
If I may ask a question, well, they do seem to be a form of law enforcement. Why do they go with the guise of a jester?
I've actually never really inquired on that, as I don't want you to interfere with their business. I can only assume that it has a certain speciality for the royal family, or it's a long-standing equation of protecting those that are jesters.
Definitely makes them both very interesting and rather intimidating.
Depending on whichever color shows up for you yours.
It's best to stay on their good side.
So, these jester guys are like the law enforcement or something?
They're upper law enforcement investigators, high inquisitors of the royal family themselves. You see a jester there, a direct representation of the family carrying out something. Their identities are secret, nobody knows who any of them are.
Okay.
The standard guards that you see posted everywhere, those are our standard law enforcement.
Ah, so those are the ones to talk to if you need help with something.
Yes.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Speaking of help, while we're here, is there anything we could possibly do that could be of help or anything like that?
What was that?
Speaking of help, is there anything we could actually do while we're here that may be helpful or anything like that?
No, I don't have any contracts posted.
Are there any other guilds other than the Tinkerers Guild here?
There is the Druid Circle. There's a few different shops that you can visit. If you have the time, please visit the Hole of Wool.
Been there. Wait a minute, they're here too?
They're everywhere.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm sure you, Cayenne, as the Druid of the group, you would like to visit the Druid Circle.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Is there a Hunter's Guild here?
There is.
I'd very much like to learn about what's in this area so I don't run into any trouble.
Oh, you're not familiar with the area, are you?
Unfortunately, no.
We were really told it was cold, which it is.
Right. This is the city of Almarin within Arel. From here, we're closer to the Arctic Circle, as you can feel by the weather. This town is particularly unique, as if you go out the gates, you'll be greeted by the mirror fields. Do watch your step and your placement there. Judging by the look on your face, you're wondering why. The blades of life out there, grass, they're reflective almost like a mirror, so when the sun is out, it looks like a vast mirror. The other thing you need to be aware of is that the veil between here and the Feywild is actually very thin, which permits Fae to come through and things to go to the other side. Try not to jump through one of the gates because we don't know if you'll ever make it back.
Will the gates randomly appear to the Feywild?
You'll see a gate and be floatingly open, such as a rift, and you'll see the Feywild on the other side.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
Blink dogs happen to come through and out of there often.
Blink dogs. What are those? Ever heard of these things?
Arctic Circle. The only thing I know about that is these terrifying creatures called dragon bears.
Those are in the actual Arctic Circle as far as I'm aware from the lore. Cayenne, in order to reach the Druid Circle, approach the front of the tree, take 10 steps forward, place your hand on the tree, palm flat, and simply ask for entry.
Thank you for letting me know.
So,
Some of the coolest ways to walk into somewhere. Like, what's the name of that wizard's town?
I think that's another town.
I know it was in another town. I just don't know if they're set up everywhere though. I think it was like something called the Spelling Bee.
Sounds very familiar.
I think it
That was in Willowfall.
Yeah.
Lady Aspera, what room was set aside for us?
409.
409. Thank you.
Let's see
We should probably get some before we have to go do anything.
I got everything on me.
She snaps her fingers, and you guys all feel something in one of your available pockets.
Reach into my pocket.
And you see that it's a very odd-looking key that's one room.
Thank you.
That is extremely handy. Thank you very much.
They shove.
Feisty just reaches around and pulls out a key. She looks over at you. Why don't you this good at sleight of hand? Yeah.
She's had in cat back to her. She's had a lot longer practice than I have.
And
One of these
Lady
days,
Aspera, she looks over at you. She's like, "I'll take that compliment."
Well,
Dear, oh shit!
Yeah, she can fucking speak cat.
And she hands a piece of paper over to you.
take it. Look at it.
You just open it up and look at it there. It's
Yeah.
sealed with wax.
Is there any reason why I shouldn't look at this now?
You can open it if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll look
I'm
at.
saying, you know, it was sealed with wax.
Well, I'm asking her. Is there any reason why I shouldn't look at this now?
You can do as you see fit.
I'll open it up and look at it.
Yeah. It's roughly drawn map, essentially, how to get to where you want to go. For some odd reason, she knew exactly who you are and where you wanted to go.
Presume that she was told, since a room was provided for us through her establishment. Thank you very much. I'm sure I will be back later on this evening to be able to enjoy your facilities.
I'm gonna head to the room so that way I can get cleaned up, get Feisty cleaned up, and
He fights looks like,
I know you don't need it, but yeah, you're right.
He just kind of, not only does her jacket, provide lots of ample space, but it also just keeps her fur clean. Yes, she has a jacket precipitation.
Poor Mongo. The pet gets the jacket of prestidigitation, but
Hey.
Mongo doesn't.
Don't do
More
more.
than a pet.
More than a pet. She's
Are you heading into the room as well, Cayenne?
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to the room as well.
All right, guys.
Because I'm gonna work on fixing the habitat for the plant.
Okay.
Well, the pot is fixed.
Well, I mean, just moving
Yeah.
the soil around,
Yeah, yeah.
like giving it nourishment.
Doing the thing that a druid would know how to do, not a mechanic.
I assume you're heading out to the guild there, Nikolai?
Yeah, it's like the preeminent thing that we have to do here, guys. I don't understand why we're spending much time getting comfortable in the room when I don't understand.
Well, see you in like 3 or 4 days.
Let's see for the meeting. So you head off. You guys head up to the room, and you're actually quite happy because you see when you get to head upstairs. You see just all these stairs, and dread probably fills you a little bit. And the stairs, they kind of move a little bit and shift, and suddenly become more ramp-like.
But an elevator, no. But escalators are cool.
It's not an escalator, it's a ramp. There's a difference.
It's a ramp.
Yeah. There you like head up, and you're realizing how large this place actually is, and it's significantly bigger on the inside than the outside.
I'm trying to remember if outside was a bunch of blue wood.
No, stop making that joke. You use it for every place that's bigger on the inside.
Fucking fits.
Your material, they're starting to look like a fucking desert.
The material's not that good to fucking begin with anyway.
Put it on your big boy pants and get good.
Look around the
I don't
room.
think I would have done that already if I had the option.
You could get better. Not really. Get into you. So you head into the actual room itself, and there's this big carpet that goes down the middle, and it heads off, and there's individual rooms for each of you within inside this actual room itself.
That's pretty cool.
And then there's this big central area where the carpet goes forward and then forks, and it goes off to the direction, goes back together over to this large, like, giant window, almost like if you were looking at the back of a pirate ship.
That's pretty
Size
cool.
window. And
But
then
I'm not
all-
there, so.
And then all down the middle, you see that there's like this large pond with all this, with tadpoles,
Lily
starfish,
pads and stuff.
lily pads,
Okay.
and things like that. You see a few fae come through, and
A lot of water plants.
yeah.
Pond life. That's not just scum.
No, that's like the reach of Star Wars universe, with a little bit of villainy thrown in.
Okay. I guess I'll head into a room.
Yeah, you head in, and as you push open the door and push it open, you feel something like you pass through like a veil of magical energy. And it feels a bit weird at first, but you go to the room and it's customized to what you would find comfortable from the scabbard point of view. Cayenne, you head into your room, and same thing happens.
I definitely see the floor looking like moss.
Yep. And there you see like an actual this fae with like pitch black wings. They're walking across one of the tables in front of you in your room, and they're trying to pull a seat. And they look over at you, and they just kind of freeze a little bit in place. And they're like, "Can I have this?"
I'll do you something better. I'm going to reach into the bag of seeds.
Oh, you're pulling your first seed.
Yeah,
All right, let's.
I want to offer it as a gift to the Fae, as at least a token of goodwill to them.
You pull out this seed and you look at it briefly, and you can see cracks of red through it. You kind of smell it; it smells like soot. And you're realizing this is probably a seed from the fire plane.
That's actually cool. I will ask the Fae if they would like to trade.
And they stand up, and this seed is bigger than they were that they're trying to drag. And they look at the size of them, and they're like, they try to hide the enthusiasm in their voice. Happily, I mean, yes, I would like to trade.
I will trade a seed for a seed.
And they hug it closer. It's warm. It's cold outside, it's warm. My family will be proud. And they flutter off out the window. At first, as you're looking at the seed that they're trying to carry, you hear a thunk, as they actually hit the window, and then it goes through the crack and out. And you can see some of like the like
Fairy
if it
dust.
was like a moth that actually hit a window. Some of the dust splattered on it, slowly fading away.
I made a Fae happy and made them go.
Poof.
You head into your room, Mongo.
Yep.
You head in and you see the best bed ever that you could ever ask for as Mongo. It's a hammock. And it's just gently rocking back and forth. You're seeing pillows everywhere. And a nice little workstation where you can work on spells. And it's actually, you see that there's like this, almost like a rack type of thing with these holes. And you see it's just lined with scrolls. And you see parchment and quills and other things that can work.
That's cool. You're just giving scroll making material. That's fucking dope.
Well, no time like the present. Might as well get to work. Jot down. Basically, do the initial brain dump of to start on the wizard druid cipher.
Yep. And you have to remember that Nikolai is the biggest proprietor of that one, the owner of that one, essentially. He's got most of the paperwork in his pack, and he's not there.
Yeah, but I'm sure I got a couple of ideas. Just write them down that way I don't forget.
So, you're able to settle in, get comfy within the rooms. You can head out if you choose to. once you
Yeah,
get
he,
settled in.
as soon as he was given the map, that's what he's going to do. It's more important.
More so talking to
Oh,
these three
sorry.
than you,
Sorry.
because I already knew you headed out.
I'm also going to reach into my pack that has the apples in it. I'm gonna find an apple in there to give to Mongo to make drinks with.
Let's see what kind of apple you get. Well, what did I say? Or just items. It's not encountered, it's items. I'm not rolling in for initiative, I'm rolling for creativity. You pull out this apple, and it's vibrant green, and it eventually fades to dark green, and pulses back to a vibrant green, and it's got like these purplish yellow spots on it.
That does not sound healthy to eat.
Depends on where the fuck it's from.
It sounds like one of those things. If it does this, don't eat it.
Okay, look, if it came from fucking Chernobyl, yeah, bad. But if it came from the Feywild,
I
probably
kinda
okay
want to
if you're
be
eating it with
smart.
his consent.
And take like, you know when you peel off a tiny piece with like a knife onto your finger to try some?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to do that before giving the apple to Mongo in case this is way out there. Thanks.
Do you cut all the way down to the core like an actual like slice out of it, or do you just cut a chunk out of it?
It's just going to be enough of a chunk to show that a piece has been cut off.
Okay. So you cut it off, and you look at the inside, and it's like this pure white color, like fresh powdered snow.
A very white apple.
Fucking great, just me for
And so you just pop it in your
That would
mouth
sound
and try
kinda
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
I need you to make a con save for me.
Oh boy. Oh shit, that's a 5.
Oh, you're gonna hear Cayenne scream. You put this into your mouth and you let it settle on your tongue briefly, and then the reaction hits you. It's like grabbing a red cup essentially filled with malic acid, and just pouring it back into your mouth.
No.
Like you, and then on the very end of it is just like pure salt.
Oh,
Oh
Ew.
god, no.
This apple
Oh,
does-
God,
Smell
no.
sour apples.
those that would not make a good drink.
It causes your ears
Real
to
fucking
actually
sugar, maybe.
hurt, and your ears kind of curl a little bit.
1 part
It's
apple,
just
100
like-
part sugar.
You can feel like the lacerations happening in your tongue
Feeling
from the
like
sourness and the
whiskey sour, like an apple
saltiness.
tea mixed with a whiskey sour.
Oh my god.
Is she like actually yelling?
Oh no, she can.
There's
You
some sort of
probably-
noises coming from her. I don't know if it can be qualified as yelling.
You probably don't hear any noises from her. You hear her hooves, like, you know, the excited, like, prancing. You probably hear that sound in very rapid succession in reaction to just the pure assault on her tongue and
Is it
mouth
enough
and
to,
ears
like,
and
shake the
nose and
floor while Mongo's
eyeballs.
trying to write?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, I'll stop. the
Have we
check
ever
on her.
experienced this?
No.
Okay, Feisty, there's something wrong. We should probably go and check this out.
How long does the effect last from this?
So far from your count, it feels like an eternity, but in actual terms, it lasts for 10 minutes. It
Oh,
slowly
God.
subsides
Oh my
over that-
god. That does take forever.
Walking out.
Like, oh.
I'm still going to give this apple to Mongo after this feeling subsides and explain what just happened.
Yeah, you see Cayenne there. She's still doing the tippy taps, holding this apple, prancing around in like a tight circle.
Are you okay?
Her ears are pinned back, and she's got,
I can't tell if that's a good reaction or a bad one.
and her face is all
Nope,
scrunched up.
that's
and-
bad. That's a bad one.
Oh, if you're okay, put up one finger. If not, put up two.
Her character probably might put up a middle finger.
I'm gonna try to find paper the best I can just to try to scribble the word sour.
Yeah, at this point, your eyes are watering to the point like you just put your eyes up to 2 onions that were just freshly cut.
Is it sour enough to almost kind of feel like you're turning inside out?
Yeah, what's even more disturbing about this actual apple is not the like assault of sour, but it smells just like really alluring, like candied apple, like that really nice sweet smell.
So it's a natural terrorist apple.
Like you just want to grab it and start eating it, like your dog's like wanting to eat it, but you see what her reaction is from a piece of it.
Can we see what this crazy looking apple?
It's in her hand while she's writing down on a piece of paper that you provide her.
What is that?
But eventually it subsides to the point where you can actually talk.
Don't eat.
Don't eat.
Okay. You saying what happened there, sister? Are you okay?
Sour. I'm gonna stick out my tongue to show what it did.
Her tongue would be bleeding if it wasn't so dry.
Do you want me to heal that?
I'll be okay.
Okay.
But, Mongo, I figure not to make drinks with this or anything consumable. Well, consumable for us. I figured you might find this a useful ingredient for potions.
I'd be able to do something with it.
I figure that I just took a sliver of it, just a sliver to eat, and that was the most intense, just drying pain in my mouth. I felt that in my ears, into my teeth,
Do you want
my
to,
nose, my eyes.
Cayenne, do you want to try and get a seed from this so you can try and regrow another one?
Yeah, I was definitely going to wind up taking the seeds out and giving them back to her.
Sleight of hand.
If she doesn't take the seeds herself.
Are you gonna let Mongo do it, or are you gonna do it? Because you can do nature.
Wait, what seeds in my Oh, the seeds out of the apple?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. I need you guys roll. You can actually roll it. Roll your nature with advantage.
I will take that advantage of 25
Nice.
All right. So
because
you.
my second roll was a 1.
Oh. So you go over and you cut the apple in half, and you see the seeds are there, and they're like pitch black. And you use the tip of a knife, and you pry one out. I need you guys to make a reflex for me.
A reflex? Hey, you guys got a +3 since you're next to me.
Reflex.
Oh shit, do I have to take it since I'm next to me?
Yes.
Alright.
That's just straight up dex. Right? Is that,
Yeah, dexterity.
26.
That was a 14 on mine.
Don't forget, you guys can add a +3.
Okay.
with his plus 3, 24.
24.
With a +3 is a 17.
Okay. So you guys, you pull out one of these seeds very gently to extract the first one. In it, you see it just kind of shake a little bit. It's like a button popping off a very tightly done shirt. You see it go flying off, and you guys all jump out of the way of this, and Feisty comes walking out, and she's like, gets hit right between the eyes, and you just see it explode into this cloud of sourness.
Oh god!
And she immediately starts stumbling backwards and falls into the water and starts panicking.
Oh, are you so feisty? What happened? Also, there's actually a plant that actually does that. It is terrifying. The seeds just explode with the force of a bullet. I'm gonna run over to Feisty and
Oh, she's full panic mode. Like, what the fuck just happened? You're realizing how volatile this actual fruit is.
I will try to clean off her face to help calm down if she isn't going too fucking
She
wild.
just sinks into the water and just like hides under the water. You see some of the bubbles come up. As you're trying to precipitate certain areas to get rid of it and try to clean it off, you're seeing it's the actual like liquid from the seed starting to solidify and crystallize. That it's actually responding to the magic of becoming more solid and more potent.
Oh, I'm keeping that shit.
I'm into the water. I'm actually gonna like try.
I am
and
going for
clean her
every
face
little
off
bit
with
I
it.
can get.
Weaponize an apple.
Hell yes!
But you're able to basically take care of the apple, extract the seeds by like having a jar where they just plink.
If you can get me some seeds of that, I can make some really potent, like gas
Cayenne,
arrows.
I'm pretty sure you split the seeds out between you and Cayenne. You have some to now, let's see, we'll roll a die for it. You have 8 to be able to repropagate new, whatever you name these apples.
Terrorist apples.
I had the perfect. I had the perfect name for it, but it's a most definite copyrighted name, so I can't use it. Dang it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and help get Feisty's face cleaned off in the water.
Okay. Yeah, it's like she got maced essentially, and magic basically solidifies this stuff.
Try and get it off as best I can.
Yeah, any of the other the stuff like around that I can try to get a hold of and scrape up, I will.
Yeah.
That
The
was-
devil apple.
That was like the most unfortunate timing for you, Feisty. Are you okay?
I see Cayenne's thinking.
Well, I'm thinking of actual like apples, different types of apples that are more green, more vibrant green. But I
The
was
Granny
also looking
Death
for,
Apple.
It says,
Well, I was looking for synonyms for sour, and the word spiteful.
Granny Spike.
Shut
the,
up.
the spiteful grandma. Spiteful Granny Smith.
I was trying to think like spiteful something.
Spiteful snap apples.
The spiteful snapper.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what we'll call it, the spiteful snapper.
Spiteful snapper.
Can you check the messages real quick?
Okay.
So yeah, you're actually able to help Feisty. Get her relatively calm again. She goes in the door and just like she closes the door. She's done.
About how much of that stuff did I get?
About 2 ounces worth. Are you gonna head off to the Druid Circle?
Yes. After I've safely put away the seeds that I took, and get the plant that Nikolai gave me, put away, I'd probably head to the Druid Circle.
Before they head out, I actually want to ask, if you can, would you be able to give me more seeds of those there, Cayenne? I might be able to make something that could be useful for all of us.
Mungo has the most. She has 8. Mungo has 12.
Oh, wow.
Because I
So
know.
I've got 8 seeds and Mongo has 12, you said?
Yeah.
How many did Scab get?
He hasn't got any yet.
Because I was busy helping with Feisty.
Oh, I'm gonna give him half of the seeds that I have, because realistically, I'm not gonna use that many. Because just four seeds would grow 4 trees, and then there's no telling how many apples would grow on said tree.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna attempt to make some arrows at some point out of those. But for now, I'm gonna go and try and get Feisty under control.
She's under control. She's just not happy.
I know. I'm gonna read her a story.
Nikolai.
Yes.
So you follow the map,
Yep.
and you're just heading through this large city,
Mhm.
and starting to unravel it a little bit, discover it, find the different ways to go. You're finding little shops here and there that would be interesting to stop in.
Yeah, it's part of the process is the kind of like riding on Ace's shoulder, just sketch interesting things and
Yeah. So you come to the actual Tinker's Guild,
Mhm.
and you see it's Gilly's Buildatorium of Things and Rentals, now expanded into a Tinker's Guild. That's the entire title of the actual store.
Well, clearly a gnome runs that one.
Oh, you would think?
Or a tabaxi. Or no.
She's gonna throw us for a complete, total, just sideways tossed
Okay.
curveball.
I got as far as Gilly's Buildatorium because I'm not a typist.
And it's gonna be run by.
Buildatorium
I'm
of
gonna-
Things and Rentals.
I'm gonna say either Fae or Tortle.
A fair turtle.
Now expanded to the Tinker's Guild.
Yeah.
Hey, we were told that the Tinker's Guild thing is a relatively new, relatively speaking, addition, so.
Okay.
And yeah, you head inside, and it's like this large round area, and you're walking across a glass floor, and you look down, and you see like this big giant cog is actually just turning underneath you, hitting other gears, and
That's so cool.
you can just look down past through those gears, and you're seeing other machinations at work deep down inside.
Yeah, I want to spend a little bit of time when I get to the center of the room to just investigate it, see if I can figure out anything that it's doing.
Do a tinker for me.
Yeah, 15.
15. You're looking down at this and examining the structure, trying to figure out what it does. And you hear over your shoulder, on Ace's shoulder? Yeah, kind of weird. And you hear this voice. Interesting, isn't it? Could just get lost looking at this the entire time and just stare at it.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out what it does. It's fascinating.
Whoever built this is truly marvelous. And they walk off and they're like, yes, I'm marvelous.
You built this?
This is my buildatorium, yes.
Are you Gilly?
Yes, I am. I am
Pleasure
Gilly,
to meet you.
And you're seeing this older gnome, and the hair goes straight out to the sides. And, like, you can see it's fringed on the sides. And they have almost like a archery hat on as well. With, like, the feather, and the feather's made out of metal.
Nice.
And, some of the parts of it are actually curled from heat.
Okay.
Like, they got too close to something hot and just kind of curled the metal a little bit off.
Jeez.
And they have, and to match their like long like hair sticking out the sides, they have an equally like as ferocious handlebar mustache sticking out to the sides.
Yes.
That gnome has absorbed a lot of electricity.
And the gnome looks at you and adjusts their glasses. You're in my Tinkerers Guild. New edition.
Yes, I saw that.
So, what brings you here? Moon mouse, obviously. Yes, short stature, kind of pudgy. Malnourished, more than likely. But that's par for course for moon mice of your nature of tinkering. I've met a moon mouse before. They were a barbarian.
A moon mouse barbarian.
Yes, they've discovered that the best way to kill an enemy is through the foot. Dig a way up through the meat and all the way up through the inside and tunnel their way into the organs and proceed to stab them with efficiency.
I mean, I guess that could work. Well, my name is Nikolai. What?
What is your last designation, Nikolai?
That is my designation. What?
Accent? Again, the barbarian moon mouse was Dimble. Oh fuck.
Please let that be his grandfather. For God's sakes, please let that be his grandfather.
Oh no.
Well, how long have you been a member of the guild?
Why would I be a member of the guild?
Your establishment, fantastic establishment, is
I was
Tinker's Guild.
asked by the Gnomish Empire to set up shop here. Well, convert my wonderful shop into a Tinkerers Guild. As you see, I have presided from the Gnomish city.
Awesome.
And they point over in the direction, and it's almost like a swoosh sound.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this like display case with like all these bells and enchantments and stuff with all these like accolades behind glass.
More or less than cogs.
Not actually less than Cogs. Cogs' entire room was decorated with accolades, but this is a pretty impressive display of accolades.
I'm gonna tempt fate. Trying to keep up with Cog, huh?
And they're like, Cog is a hack.
Really? Why would you say Cog is a hack?
Lost their way with tinkering, sits behind a desk all the time, don't get their fingers dirty.
I met another tinker. She doesn't do any of the work. She just makes the plans.
Disgrace. Should be thrown into the gears and let the machine god sort them out.
I thought that was weird too. Machine god. There's a machine god?
We don't talk about them.
Oh, okay.
Apparently their engine runs off the blood of ill-disciplined gnomish children.
I'll have to remember that.
I gotta ask, why do you need to remember this? Are you kind of thinking gnome blood might be a good lubricant for like?
I mean,
gears
he
and stuff?
does have an experience with bodily fluids being fantastic lubricant.
You're gonna boil down bad gnomes and lube your fucking gizmo with it. And I don't mean that as a euphemism.
Wow! And,
All right then. Only on tabletop stuff.
D&D, everybody.
tabletop. And, Gilly's like, I am well known for making the machination of a horse. Why a horse? Because they're beautiful creatures.
They are.
Shit, this is that show.
Yes, dude.
Oh no.
And yes, that sign is still hanging there.
Yes! What was the sign? I forget.
If you are so-and-so, you are forever banned from this establishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sign is still hanging there. Oh yeah,
Well-
I told you we was going Easter hunting here.
Well,
It's pretty great.
I ask, good sir, because I'm trying to track down some of my father's legacy. And he had placed some of these legacies in the various tinker shops throughout the world. So I'm wondering how long your place has been part of the Tinker's Guild.
Well, we've been at Tinker's Guild long enough. The place that you're looking for has been relocated to the upper royal nobility location.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about. Mr. What are we talking about? How peculiar you are, standing there with a crooked tail speaking to me on a mechanical chimera monkey thing.
This is Ace. Ace, this is Gilly.
Ace just kind of like,
Was it like doing like a little... Wow, Ace.
Ace is going to strike a pose. Ace takes you off, sits you up on the table very gently,
Mm-hmm.
and strikes a pose, and you can almost hear like a theme song because it is such a magnificent pose.
Are we talking like,
Dude, it was a natural 20 on the performance.
okay, so this is probably along the lines of like Arnold's bodybuilder days.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about the guy from Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, yes.
Armstrong.
Armstrong.
Armstrong levels and poses. Cool.
I kind of feel like Mongo definitely would have shown him a thing or two, but for the most part, that was all his. Give him some like instructions on how it is. Like, no, here's how you kind of use the flame.
So you knew my father, Gilly?
Not of.
Knew of my father. Do you have some time, will and desire to share with me any information you know about him?
What is there to share, Mr. What? They were a moon mouse,
Yes.
much like yourself, much, well, more nourished than yourself.
Malnourished, you said?
More nourished.
More nourished.
I was like, oh no, man.
Yeah.
Make sure he's fucking eating.
Yeah, so
Right.
apparently my father or my mother had the capability to very well feed him.
Perhaps you should look at inquiring an acquaintance that can feed you as well.
So the shop has been located to the upper crest.
Yes.
Okay. Do you are you able to provide me information on how to get there?
You go out that door, you make a left, get up the road, go back past the tree, and you will find your way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have some time to show me your facilities?
They look around. Follow me.
Happy to observe your wondrous creation, sir.
Yeah, and you're seeing that they've their own personal workshop. It's behind like this large glass wall with a few gnomes in there that are actually working under the tutelage of him, essentially learning the ropes, as he is an official, actual member of the city. So he's able to take on people and teach them. Lesser gnomes, or not plus gnomes yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, he walks you through the facility, and it's like any other tinker shop, essentially. You see his private workshop, you see an area. You see like a little shop that says "Coming Soon" with a sign hanging there.
Okay.
And it basically says, it's like this really gaudy like thing, even for a gnome. Like this sign that says, Gilly's Emporium. Buy your stuff here.
Awesome.
Cayenne, you're able to, while you're looking around,
Yeah.
you're able to head off to the Druid Circle where you want to go. Oh, the Druid Circle.
I'm going to do as I was instructed earlier, to approach the tree. Take 10 steps forward, palms flat against the tree, and ask for entry.
you put your hand on the tree, and you can feel the hum of like druidic magic coming from it, mixed with the energy of the actual Feywild and the ley lines that run along near this area. The harmony of that, you can actually feel the actual harmony of druid magic and arcane magic for once. And you pass through, and you find yourself in this very beautiful actual druid circle. Up top, you can see like the actual like tree. It comes down and curves around. You can see its big roots coming down like massive pillars around you. All these glowing things hanging from them, illuminating the area. Beautiful trees growing within this glade. Grass up to almost like your knee as well.
She has 4.
Where it's an expression. And you head further in, and you kind of look around a little bit, and you see basically this hut that's made from pieces of wood and mushroom. And there's smoke coming from the little hut.
I'll approach.
You approach, and you hear from inside the hut, and it's in a very soft voice. Mind your hooves, I don't want you dragging in any of the dirt.
I will respectfully clean my hooves.
Druid circle that doesn't want dirt. What?
And you head in, and
I can use druids.
you head into the area, and it's this really nicely laid out open space with this big bonfire in the middle, and the archdruid is there. And you're probably just kind of taken back a little bit. They're a centaur, and their lower half is pitch black, except for their tail fur is pure white. Their upper body is just as dark as they are, with their white hair pulled up into a bun, and they have trinkets hanging from their very pointed ears.
Well, that's just spooky.
And they walk.
Are their eyes black too?
No, they're almost like a pearl kind of white color.
Yep, spooky.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they walk up to you, and they offer you a bowl of tea. Drink now. It's warm. Outside is cold. And they stand a little bit taller than you.
Thank you.
Cayenne, you find yourself in my home, in my circle, seeking me out at this time of the day. I'd say you'd be a little bit more on time, but nature has its ways.
What? Okay. I apologize for.
No need to apologize. Time is a fickle term created by normal people.
Now I'm curious as to what kind of archdruid this is. Hearing that.
It'd be terrifying if they're actually the archdruid of time.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I just heard Cayenne, no.
How would they get along?
No. My brain is not ready for any of that.
Oh no, that probably won't be for a while.
Yeah, my brain is not prepared for any of that at all.
A crow.
I think I would need to watch a certain show for my brain to even be partially prepared for that.
That'd mean like the unstoppable force meeting the unmovable object.
It's just a screaming match.
The druid of circle of the clock.
They just they watch you a little bit. They're like, drink up.
I will bow my head respectfully and enjoy the tea that was offered.
I need you to make a will at disadvantage.
A will.
Will save at disadvantage.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom.
Disadvantage. Disadvantage is a 9.
Oh, you drink this, and it is almost the opposite. Almost like a sweet taste to it, like a very natural kind of honey taste to it. But you get like a turmeric, earthy taste underneath it. And the more you try to analyze this, the deeper the flavor goes, all the way down to like a mint, down to a rosemary, almost to like a lilac type of taste, all the way down to something else. It just keeps going deeper and deeper. And this druid, she reaches out and she puts her hand on your shoulder and she's like, take a deep breath.
I'm fucking scared, but doing as instructed.
You take a deep breath, and suddenly everything just goes black, like fades out too. And you find yourself in almost like this other place with this druid, holding your hand gently as you're standing along this ocean, the waves coming up and hitting your ankles. The sand is pitch black with dots of silver throughout it, and the water comes up and is completely transparent. You wouldn't realize it was water if you didn't know any better, naturally. You're looking up and you can see dozens of what's to be planets where you can almost reach out and touch them, and stars. Wow, you almost picked the big one there, jeez. And she just kind of looks over at you and puts her hand on the back of your neck and pushes you forward into the water, and you feel yourself tumble forward into the water, and you can feel the biting cold of it. And you wake up in a bed laying in her home, sweat pouring off of you from this trip. And everything hurts.
What the fuck did she do to me?
I'm going to message you because this is interesting.
Cosmic druid.
That sounds scary as fuck, but awesome as fuck at the same time. A cosmic druid.
Check that out, Cayenne.
Druid of the void.
Oh, okay.
The circle of the stardust.
She is an astral druid.
I call.
Yeah, she is an
You
astral
said
druid.
cosmic, I said astral. Oh my god, circle of the Ziggy Stardust.
And she goes back to... She's back at the fire watching it. And she's like, how are you feeling?
I feel sore.
I had to pull a few strings to get you caught up to your mother and father. But it works. I do hope you bring your sister to visit me as well.
I would love to bring my sister with me on a lot more adventures for sure. I want her to see all of the druid circles like I'm able to. It's just she's kept up with business on my part.
She just kind of stands there, and she has this very stoic look. Like, she doesn't have expression. Like, she's devoid of it. Eventually, you'll take her place, and she will visit me, and you will exchange courtesies. For now, you are present with me, not present with her. You're in my circle. You are safe.
And I thank you for the very kind welcome. And my apologies, but I'd never gotten your name.
And this is the first time she laughs, and it's almost like listening to the white noise of the actual, like, stars when she laughs. It's very dissonant and, like, you feel it in like your soul. You shouldn't feel it like in those places like, oh, please don't ever laugh again type of laugh.
It's like it's a deafening silence that you feel in your core, and you're like, oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's just a very disturbed, like, oh. And she's like, I was never given a name. Those that visit me designate me a name that they want to call me.
Why is so creepy?
Welcome to the horror movie portion of the stream.
I feel like we should bring the lights down lower.
I have felt like the couple of descriptions so far, especially that last thing, I felt my stomach in my ribs twice.
Event Horizon the Centaur.
That's kind of terrifying. Don't worry, dreams are only nightmares here.
Hear all of
Can
your
we
dreams.
not like go smiley level?
Oh no.
Hear all your dreams come true, even the nightmares.
So
Reminds me of a
So you're able to recover a little bit from the system shock there, but she's simply tending to the fire and allowing you free reign, basically, in her home.
I'm just curiously looking around until I feel as though my stay's been a little too long here.
Yep. And as Cayenne heads out, and as you start to head for the door of examining the various odd things here, her home is more like that of a witch than an actual druid. And some of the things here you can't even identify. One jar you see this gelatinous blob, but as you get closer, all these dozens of eyes open on it, and it starts going up the sides of the jar, and it starts turning around to look at you with more eyes than you can count.
If that's not creepy.
Is it more like? Does it look more like human eyes as far as like the iris, sclera, and pupil go, or is it more reptilian?
It's dozens of different kinds. It's not just one.
Okay.
So just
Trying to get a feel of what kind of eyes are looking at me.
Yeah, it's all sorts of kinds of different kinds of creatures. That
Don't you have a jar of ice?
I
No,
think
they're
she
all
gave it to
dead.
Oslin.
No, I gave the jars of yuck and parts to Oslin to give to Id to eat.
I thought you had a jar of ice.
Because he eats rotting things, and only rotting things. He doesn't eat the alive things.
What the most disturbing thing is this being a very unique druid that you've never encountered, you do see things that are like more or less, you see pictures that she's drawn, and when you look at them and you look at them again, they've changed. They're not constrained to time. The same thing happens with the various trinkets that she has as far as like taxidermy goes. You look at it and then you look at it again and it's in a slightly different pose. Everything almost seems like it's kind of just a level of dissonance here, not quite solidified in time.
That's just getting spookier. I'm trying to figure out what kind of druid this is.
Okay. So, like, the taxidermied squirrel shows up in one pose, and then it could be in a different pose because that's the way it was chosen to pose in a different timeline?
It's very strange. But you're...
Not a taxidermy squirrel. It's just moving very slowly.
But you're seeing that this druid definitely does not think in the normal terms. They think in the astral terms, where time is not an actual real thing.
Fun. Oh, that's fun.
How about some horror material thrown in here?
It's,
Ow.
Let's not piss this druid off at all for any reason whatsoever.
And the druid speaks to you as you head to the door. I know you're going to say your thanks and goodbye, but you'll be back later, so there's no need for you to say that. Diane!
Creepy.
Creepy.
What's really gonna blow your mind is that
That's
you
not
still
Cayenne
knock over the
saying
base
that.
if I didn't
That's
say
me
anything?
saying that. It's that same unnerving feeling when you're out somewhere and a customer who's frequented your work and knows you
Oh, yeah.
calls your name from behind and you don't see them at all. It's like, oh God, can you not do that?
And as you head through the passage of the door, you kind of feel something that just kind of unnerves you a little bit. You realize that there is going to be a druid at some point, an archdruid, that will be testing you under this kind of circle.
Ugh. Well, I know what I'm gonna have to do some research on for sure, because that's the things that the things this druid just made me see and what I experienced is something I have not seen before ever. So I need knowledge.
Hey, sweetie cat.
Oh my God!
So,
On our stream feed, there's no goodbye here. Just see you later. And with that creepy rendition of the goodbye, we're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break, get some grub in us, and then come back and pick right back up where we left off. Giving Cayenne trauma. We'll see you guys soon.
see you
See you in a
soon.
bit.
jumping back in. Let's go. So, jumping back into the session, we're going to quickly pick up where we left off. With that, Cayenne, you find yourself outside of the home, and you take a few steps, and the air feels strange to you as you're standing in the druid circle, but now there's other druids about you, and the home is gone. And this little kobold comes over to you, and it's like, hi. And they bump another. They bump a goblin, and the goblin's like, "Why? Look, it's a new centaur, not the creepy one." So, did you get to talk to her?
I did.
Are you gonna try and be an archdruid? And the goblin's like, "That's rude to ask."
It seems to be a tradition within my family, so
So you're gonna get tested by her mother. That's gonna be exciting to watch.
don't like this.
I just see the meme of that woman looking around while equations are going through.
I don't like
Wait,
this at all.
that was the daughter?
If the daughter was that creepy, I don't want to meet the mom.
Here we fucking go. And the goblin's like, yeah, nobody knows what her mother looks like. We only know what her daughter looks like. And the kobold's like, I don't know if the druid circle can handle the creep factor. And they're just kind of standing there looking up at you, and the kobold kind of like takes a few steps forward and pushes some grass between its little toes. Can I ask a favor? It's kind of a rude favor. Can I have uppies to grab some grapes?
Okay, that's cute. They don't. I will very gently help pick them up.
And the goblin's like, oh sure, he gets a free flight while I have to just sit down here and be mopey.
I would help the goblin too. I'm not leaving them out.
And yeah, he picks some grapes and he just shoves one in your mouth without just even asking. And the grape is like really juicy, but it's not quite on the verge of being ripe yet.
Oh, it's like half sweet, but not quite.
Yeah.
Those ones are
I
actually
don't
kinda
mind that.
nice.
I like grapes that are a little bit sour.
Yeah, those ones are actually kind of nice.
And they're like, your reward, grapes. Poor Cayenne is just like, I come to another continent, and this is what's going on in my life.
Come to a continent and I'm suddenly fed grapes without even being asked if I like grapes.
And the goblin is like, I hope you're not allergic. That'd be unfortunate that we killed the tall centaur that gives free uppies.
No, I'm not allergic as far as I know. Thank you.
And the kobold's like, you know what everybody's allergic to? Taking a large amount of damage and dying. And the
That is very true.
The goblin just kind of brushes the back of their head. Yeah. My entire family died that way, but luckily we were able to resurrect some of them. One of them's now a house cat.
That's different.
That's retirement.
My-
Luxury.
I believe my brother's sister, Millum, as far as I remember, with a druid's help, her soul was taken from her original moon mouse body and put into a flying squirrel body.
They look at each other like, moon? And the goblin's like, the moon's made of cheese. I hear it's the most pungent cheese. It's like eating a adventurer's sock after they've been on a journey for 10 months.
Ew.
One haunted cheese.
Very pungent cheeses.
Ew.
No.
And the kobold's like, that's rude. It clearly tastes like holy cheese.
So like Swiss.
Have hearty.
Because I don't
That's
know
what's in it,
what
too.
kind of, in what sense they're using the word holy. Because I was like, I don't know what an angelic or celestial cheese would taste like. What would it taste like? Ambrosia or honey or something?
I could see that being like the communion food for the flying spaghetti monster.
All you gotta know is that it's a
that'd be
Buddha.
Parmesan.
I got it. Celestial cheese is like that kind of sweet creaminess you get from Parmesan. Doesn't taste like Parmesan, but has like that sweet creaminess. It has the same texture in a wheel as you would find in angel food cake.
Oh, that's cool. I think
Wild cheese.
Spice goat cheese.
I think the most pungent cheese I've had, and Nate can attest to this because he wouldn't touch it. I was the only one that ate it. It was a aged, smoked gorgonzola,
Oh, Gorgonzola's that's a cheese, alright. That's not a good cheese.
and it was like spreading cream cheese. It was,
Each bite is
Ooh.
is what each bite would be genocide because you're killing millions and millions of lives.
that cheese has layers. That's
That fudge cheese I brought over one time, I really like that.
Yeah,
That's
so
good
that kind of
stuff.
gorgonzola, you want to get like a really good jam to go with it to counteract the murder.
Yeah, just just regular Gorgonzola.
I've done it on just Ritz crackers.
It's like to me, it's far more pungent of a taste than blue cheese.
Yep.
It really is. It's like the evolved version of blue cheese.
I don't even like blue cheese that much, so Gorgonzola is like a punch right in the throat.
So you're able to
Actually
eventually
kinda has a spicy
depart
kind of
from
flavor
the
to it,
druid
too.
circle and head back to look for the family. You're heading off to find the actual home.
Yep.
And you get to it and following the way there and
Instructions provided. Yep.
and you see this like it's kind of a curved front to this place with pillars,
Mm-hmm.
and all the trees in the area are dead. And you can see the ceiling is the curved ceiling hasn't been cared for. Some of the tiles have fallen off.
Okay.
The window on the upper part has been rocks thrown through it.
This is just an old abandoned building.
It looks like an old abandoned mansion of some sort.
Okay. Yeah.
Old man Jenkins lives there.
Dude, his dad's not a fucking Scooby-Doo villain.
He's gonna hit you with his walking stick.
His coffee is.
So, so you head up to the door.
Yeah, head up to the door. Does it look like there's any life at the place? Any activity?
Nope.
Yeah, head up the door, knock on it.
You knock on the door.
Or have
it's,
Ace knock on it and see if anybody answers.
Ace is just looking at you like. You see a small door, a medium-sized door, and two giant double doors for the entranceway. Basically, they're like nest egg essentially to each other.
Mm-hmm. No answers. Or ask Ace to help me open the door that we both can fit through.
Yep.
Or
You,
try, see if we can do it.
You open up the door and you head on inside. Oh, Tom. Speaking of which, I actually had something when I was out of town, and it was probably one of the best things I've actually had, surprisingly enough. It was served with a steak, which was slathered with blue cheese, but it was a blue cheese soup. Yeah.
I've heard of cheese soup, and it's fucking great.
Actually, they mild it out, the blue cheese, quite a bit, so it was actually pleasant and not just a straight assault. But they serve it in a small bowl, so it's not overkill. So, yeah, getting back to the actual,
fucking try it.
Blue cheese soup, maybe.
it's an experience.
You're not making a good case when you say it like that.
No, I loved it and I love my steak slathered in blue cheese, but that's just me.
No, I like blue cheese on my steak too.
So you head inside, and there's the entryway, the foyer, and you're seeing that you don't change sizes in this location, but you do see various pathways made for small folk.
Okay.
And you see the large tables, there's ways up onto the tables,
Mm-hmm.
and then you walk forward, and there's this large round entryway, essentially, with this giant chandelier in the middle made of dozens of antlers of various animals with melted candles that just poof, 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 like a chain reaction across it, lighting up.
Okay. As I walk
And
in.
then-
Okay. Interesting.
Above that, you see this large, glass mural, and you look at it for a little bit. You realize it's one of the Obscura's battles, basically in stained glass.
Oh, so
Dope.
okay. So this house is. So this isn't the building that contains the magical house. This is the magical
actual
house.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah. And you're seeing that there's...
And it's just out there in the open off the street or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you see that the stairs, they curve up, and on one side it's an actual ramp to go up to the upper floor,
Mhm.
and then the other side is normal steps, and you see like an actual tiny little elevator for small folk to just go straight up.
Nice.
And then you see that there's past the middle section, it goes off to another area, and then off to the left and right, it parts off to other areas of this place.
Okay. Okay.
The layout is vastly different than the other
Yeah,
locations.
vastly different. Yeah. Alrighty.
And as you're standing there, something appears before you. And it's this ghostly image of an elf. And they're like, "Sir, would you like us to tidy up?"
Sure. Thank you.
It shall be done. And they clap their hands, and all these spectral forms appear. And they start going off in different directions to basically tidy up the place.
I fucking know what this is.
It's a magnificent
Yeah.
mansion. Just
It's permanent.
a permanent magnificent mansion.
Cast it fucking enough times in the same spot. Yeah.
That is amazing and terrifying.
So is the one that asked me a question still there?
How the hell
Yeah.
are you even walking there?
What is your name?
Number one.
Number one.
Your father did not perceive us to actually have names. We just simply have numbers.
Huh. Well, if you would like a name, please assign yourself a name.
I do not have the will to properly assign myself a name, as I am simply a humble servant to you and the rest of the Obscura.
Do you think you guys would like names?
I cannot answer that inquiry, as I do not know.
Would you like a name?
I do not understand the inquiry, sir.
Okay. Well, for now, number one is fine.
As it shall be.
It's like trying to speak to spectral robots. What is your name?
Who are you?
So, has my father or anyone looking like my father been by recently?
Not recently.
What would be the last time you can recall?
5 years ago.
5 years ago. Okay. Would you know every place that he would have been?
Of course, sir.
Would you be willing and able to take me to these places?
Right away, sir.
Thank you.
It starts just heading off, and you can see that they're almost like a solid glow at the top. They just fade to nothing towards the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, very eerily floating along. And there are all different kinds of shades of this color of like teal, light blue, greens and things like that.
Okay. That spectrum between
Yeah.
red and or between green and blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah, you're able to go off to these various places where throughout the house where he actually looked. The kitchen is absolutely in a disarray and things are broken. The actual, island table is just bent into the middle where it was just broken in half. And drawers are all over the place and silverware is all over the place. He takes you to a lab and the lab is in the same kind of state of disarray. Tools all over the place. Things ripped out of the walls.
I would ask him, would the one that resembles my father, is that the one that made these messes?
You are correct, sir.
Okay. New instructions, please. If there are any messes like this, that the one that resembles my father made, instructions are do not fix, repair, or clean.
As you deem. And they clap their hands once more, and you hear an echo throughout the entire home. And it's not like a clapping sound, like a really loud clapping sound. It's almost like a very gentle bell sound to alert all the others.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and I'll continue to watch around, go to where he has they have taken me. See, it is okay this time. It's a freaking ghost. It's not even real.
And the last place he takes you is upstairs to the bedroom of your mother and father. And the entire room is ransacked, essentially. And you can see one of the actual, spectral forms is just splattered along the wall, leaving a small crater where apparently he was angered by it and just destroyed it.
Oh.
Because he couldn't get the answers he wanted. And, you see along the large glass window that's very, very dirty at this point. And it simply says, the Obscura will die.
Alrighty. So each place that the servant number one takes me, would like to do an investigation.
Or would you want to wait so that it's empowered?
No, just do an investigation with my eyes, ears, look around, see if anything pops out like that may have been something very important to look at.
Alright, do investigations.
Okay. How many would you like me to roll?
462. I'm just kidding. The look on your face is like, oh no. 5.
5? Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna get comfy and start reading.
Okay. What are you reading?
Correct, yes, book.
Which one?
Start with the first one.
Which one?
The Obscure Origins, Part 1.
Obscure Origins, Part 1.
And what are you doing, Scav?
I would have tried to read a book or something to Feisty to get her to calm down and relax after what had happened.
Feisty's passed out now.
Okay.
Oh, I just hear one fish, two fish.
I guess I'll check up on Mongo and see what he's up to.
Yeah, he just barges into
I
your...
wouldn't just barge in, I'd knock on the door.
You hear knocking on the door, and you're just...
I knock right back with Mage Hand. However he knocks.
Copy it.
Yeah.
Mongo? You okay
do you
in
head
there,
back
buddy?
to the tavern, Cayenne?
Yeah, just reading.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking my time to get back
said
to
5?
What's your rating?
the Elm
And just send them to me.
Yep.
Yeah, you're seeing a few shops here and there. You see some kids run by, and they're just kind of playing some sort of knights and bandits kind of game.
Let's see.
And it's like, I'm gonna hit you with the stick, and you're gonna get splinters to show that you're the bad guy. And they're like, that's not fair. You're using a splintered stick.
Gonna try to convince them to use some kind of paint to distinguish who's the bad guy, who's the good guy.
Persuasion. So you let him in and start talking to him?
Yeah. It was more so just checking up on him and see if he wanted to come along with. But if he's reading something important, I'm gonna head out into the town.
You sure what you're reading? Yeah, you know what he's reading.
You know what?
My,
Yeah, I'm gonna. Mind if I join you?
If you like.
I'm just curious.
my
You trying
persuasion
to
was
read the same
14,
book
by the
I
way.
am at the same time?
No, I'd rather just sit
Okay.
down and listen.
They
to
kind of
what-
look at each other and they're
I'm
just
not
like,
reading it out loud.
paint. Can you buy us some paint?
I'm going to look. Actually, I think I have some ink.
Oh boy, okay.
If not, it's fine.
I actually do think I have some ink,
I'm
so
just
I think that they
curious
could
to know more
probably
about
use ink as paint.
I'm scared.
Alright, you give the kids ink.
Yes, I will give the kids ink.
And they're all excited, and you see the kids just run off in a direction. You see a few droplets of ink dropping here and there as they chase after each other.
It's better than a splintered stick.
Yeah.
Paint-filled water balloons.
I remember for a senior year once, someone actually drove by with a truck slingshot theme, launching out bleach-filled water balloons into the campus.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
He made a request and I don't know how to deal with it.
What?
Well,
Because I was just Mongo was just gonna sit there and read, but Scav has asked, because like he kind of wants to read the same book, but it's like both of us can't read it at the same fucking time.
You
Right.
can read it to him.
That's what he asked for, and it's just like I don't. Would Mongo fucking do that?
That's up to you to decide.
He is a performer at heart.
I was going. This player was going to make a suggestion. Do you have any spells that could make it easier, like a projection? Like project the words from the book to where you both could read it at the same time?
Suppose I could prestidigitate something.
That's just
Minor
a
illusion.
spitball of an idea. I'm not there. I don't know what's going on.
But fuck,
Uh,
you did make a fucking valid point. It's
Performance.
a book
Of
written
the stories.
by a bard being read by a fucking performer. God damn it! I'm reading a book to him.
here's the other thing, though, is that I have Segan's journal, so we could cross-reference stuff as well.
I know what my fucking performance is. Alright.
Sent the numbers.
Okay, fucking 21. On reading a book to Scav. That's a fucking sentence I never
So
thought I would ever
Told
fucking
you.
say.
You just
So-
need to do everything that your character's not supposed to
you
do.
see Bongo get up from his hammock and he goes over and he stretches a little bit. And he opens the book and he looks at it.
Holding it with one hand.
And he uses his most proper voice that he's learned a little bit from the courts. This here lies the book of the Obscura.
Good thing.
What?
I know Kippa loves stories. I have a sending stone that connects to Kippa.
Oh, you don't want to annoy her.
No,
Would you like to
we'll
hear
just
this?
let her read the fucking book. You don't want to just. She could be in the middle of a very
You're
important
right,
meeting,
you're
and all of a
right.
sudden, her fucking cell goes off.
You're right. I won't.
So, which entry are you reading?
Probably pick up wherever I was.
Okay. You pick up and you're reading about the origins of Sir Muir.
Oh shit, that'll be interesting.
That's interesting.
And you find out that basically Sir Muir he was raised in a kobold, a normal kobold society. But during the hardship of being under the rule of the dragon, he was still a child, more or less. and his parents actually prayed to the gods to oversee the safety of Sir Mir. And apparently Sir Mir, to a degree, is actually divine touched.
No shit.
It would explain a lot of things.
Explain why he's no longer 2 feet tall and like 5 feet tall.
That essentially he's larger than life, and there's rumors, theories from the point of correct yes that Sir Mir is actually not permitted by the deities to actually die until he fulfills his orders.
No shit.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, except he's not pissed about it.
That he is essentially the fact that he gave his devotion to Bahamut and the other deities, that he would overlook and make sure that the family of the Obscura actually thrive and survive. That he, until he is dismissed from his duties, that he is to walk the planet and see that that happens. And if he, it goes on to theorize that if he fails, he will be damned to the 9 hells for suffering for the rest of his existence.
That's a feast or famine fucking thing now, isn't it?
Damn, that's intense.
I'd say he's doing a fine job with us.
Fuck yeah.
It also notes that Sir Mir has been to the 9 hells 3 times with the Obscura to take out specific archdemons.
Archdemons. Okay.
So we're off to today, gang. Oh, we're going to hell. Literally or figuratively? Because we've already been there twice. I feel this is a valid question.
The Obscura goes to hell.
Okay, which version? Avernus or Arizona?
Death Valley.
Hottest place on earth.
Well, that's a lot to take in. But that does explain a lot.
Does explain a few things, yeah.
I'm gonna cross-reference things and see its journal and see if any of it
It's
matches up.
it's quite interesting as you cross-reference. You're realizing that Sir Mir has always been this way. While he is stoic and noble to a T, he will kill a motherfucker to maintain the course. That, to a degree that they had to make a separate bylaw and understanding that if Sir Mir comes to your place, please don't resist. Because to a degree he has a very violent streak and will make your death painful if you resist.
Jesus.
So he has carte blanche to just go murder the motherfucker if he needs to.
Yes, he is literally the royal executioner and right hand.
Nice.
So this all checks out.
And in your notes, Seagate notes a special time where they had to go track down Sir Mir because he was on a vendetta to protect Ithos. And when when he got there, he proceeded to see Sir Mir basically kill somebody by stomping their midsection until they separated.
Okay. So he's a noble, loyal, murderous.
Psychopath.
Yeah.
Sir Mir was-
Remind the player when Cayenne is going to get to go on a slaycation with Sir Mir.
Sleek.
That's lacation.
Sir
Yes.
Mir was essentially the executioner. According to Father's journal.
I'm gonna say this right now. He's gonna be like the perfect hunting partner.
And there is one last note in there that specifically states that, from what Seagate understands, one of his swords was actually blessed and gifted to him by Holvar. While the other sword, it has an unknown origin to even the Obscura.
That one makes me a little nervous.
That you intend to like offend him?
Do a perception for me there.
I do kind of want to identify the one he got from Cayenne's dad, though, because you know that thing's seen some shit.
18.
18. You start looking at it while you're at the table, and you guys are at the table where all the stuff is, and you turn a page, and you're kind of looking a little bit frantically, and you bump some ink, and it goes across the actual page, and you start to panic, and you realize the page actually absorbs the ink, and it reveals a few more hidden details.
Huh.
On his journal?
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's one more entry regarding the sword, based off of that happenstance. The sword creates, basically on a critical, a chain lightning effect that is stronger as he's lower in health.
That's a hell of a fucking proc.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
If he has relentless resolve too, it's like imagine that he's down to one fucking hit point. Imagine how powerful that chain lightning would be.
Fucking just takes one last swing. That's just...
It's like, this is what I needed. Thank you for killing me almost. Now take 300 points of damage.
That is terrible.
Electricity damage.
The other sword, however, there is one note in there of warning about it. If you're killed by the sword, you will not rise again.
Okay, so that's the dark sword of fuck you.
Or a sword that permanently has gentle repose on it.
And use gentle repose. That'd be kind of cool, actually.
That is very interesting.
Permanently done.
Okay.
Because at least getting zapped by 300 fucking points of lightning, there's a slim chance you could fucking make it back. But then he also has the sort of, you just ain't fucking coming back.
And he is a master of two-handed fighting style.
Two-weapon fighting.
Alrighty.
You're like, okay, note to self, don't piss off Sir Mir.
I
And
think
as you
that
guys
was a
are like
note we
really
already made
intently
already.
reading this, the door opens and slightly slams a little bit, which startles probably both of you at that point, as Cayenne returns back to the room.
Hello, sister.
You're in Mongo's room.
Yeah.
Okay. The hell was that?
Do you go look for your siblings?
I'm just making my way back inside because I'm pretty sure that I'm still sore.
Oh yeah, everything hurts. Like you just want to take a bath in like a tiger balm.
Yep.
Crack open the door and just peek out to see who's out there.
And you see Cayenne, and something seems off.
Hello? Are you okay? You don't look very good.
Yeah, I'll go check on her as well.
Yeah, you see something is off as well.
Druid make pain. I need bath.
Did you get in a fight?
No. I remember drinking tea from an archdruid. Everything went black, and then I woke up.
Whoops. That's what that was.
That sounds, well, pretty on brand, actually.
And-
The archdruid was another centaur.
Oh, that must have been fun.
You met another friend or potential enemy?
I don't even know where she took me.
I thought you said you just had tea.
She gave me tea. I blacked out. Woke up somewhere completely different. But planets that I could have touched.
What?
And then woke back up in her home.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna smell her breath. I'm gonna try to find out what the fuck was in that tea.
Well, you walk up to her and you look up and you're like, huh.
Do you think it was?
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck to try to figure out what the fuck was in that, but
Do you think it was some type of like weird poison, but like not a bad one?
it sounds hallucinogenic.
I may be able to help with that.
The centaur was completely pitch black of the void with a fresh snow white hair and tail, and eyes were of pearl. There was no other color. You could see no expression on her face.
Well, that's not creepy.
That's yeah, a little off-putting.
And she mentioned things of how time is just a normal person thing.
My mentor would like to disagree with them, or
And
maybe
that
agree
time
with
was
them.
invented by normal people.
Plume Tree is not fucking normal.
Speaking of not normal, we learned
All I
something.
will say is that apparently this archdruid is not the archdruid, and if I were to test here, I would be testing against her mother, which no one knows what she looks like
Right.
or what she's capable of. All I know is that I never want to hear the archdruid I met laugh ever again.
Speaking of not normal, apparently Surmir might be a demigod.
Well,
Well, we don't know for sure.
He wouldn't be a demigod.
yeah.
He's apparently blessed by the gods.
The gods took a shining to him, and until he's no longer on active duty, he's not going to die. Also, your father may have given him some sort of given him a sword with a particular blessing on it.
Something that has to do with lightning.
That tracks for your dad.
That tracks.
Oh yeah,
How
that's
many
right.
of them know what I know about my dad?
It depends what you shared.
Didn't you say that Stormhoof or something? So yeah, I guess lightning
Makes sense.
coming from a storm.
Paragon.
Huh?
Paragon is the word you're looking for. So, Nikolai, you guys can keep talking. I'm talking over to Nikolai at this moment, just mono and mono.
If you like, I may be able to help with your whatever's affecting you.
So you do an investigation on this area, and it seems like he came in here looking for
Whatever
hidden areas, much like the other
Your
homes
friend
Mhm.
gave
or
her.
other home that you've been to,
It's probably
and he
best
didn't
if
seem
takes
to
care
be.
of
He
it
wasn't able to
in a
find it.
natural way.
True.
Okay.
He
That's
was
why I asked
basically
if you were
destroying
like-
things systematically, trying to reveal its location.
Mm-hmm.
But from the damage it's done to the place, the state that it's in, you can tell that he was
Mongo's
maybe a
reading,
little more
his
angry
book
and
out
unhinged about
about
something.
Things
Okay.
that correct
Okay.
rest. Yes, has on the
So,
Instagram.
number
Would you
one.
like to join us? Relax a bit.
Are you able to, or any one of your colleagues able to
Can you?
recite?
Neither of you two.
Yeah.
Speak, project into them.
Well,
Well,
projecting to that mic because
Oh, right.
that's the one she hears from. Are you
Mongo's reading
or
about the,
any one of your colleagues able to
reading about
maybe
the obscure.
recite for me
things
anything
that correct, yes, but the things that correct, yes,
this
actually,
person may have
would you like to join
said
us? Let
or
you relax a
asked
bit that
about
way, learn a little bit more about everybody.
or asked for, requested or demanded?
I think, wasn't that obscure book the one that I gave to you, Tom?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you may have already read it.
I've probably only maybe 1 or 2 pages in.
The
Probably
introductory
just skimmed
section.
it, but I hadn't properly read it.
They look at you and they're like,
Would you like to join us?
he seemed to be ranting about secrets.
Okay.
Nothing coherent. Muttering
Well, we'll
quite
be
a
here.
bit in some foreign language that we are
I might go
not
out to
able to
the
understand.
guild later to learn more about the things around the city.
Any particular
Till then, I'll just be.
Is there maybe
Mongo.
one or two words that you could recall that he said? Maybe I recognize the language
And
myself.
I'm actually kind of shocked that neither of you have noticed a height difference.
She knows. She's introducing it. She's taller.
Really?
She's
How the fuck did she get taller?
I missed that part.
Yeah,
she
because
look
I'm
odd.
not acting drunk. I'm just acting very sore.
Ah, that tracks.
Yeah, like what I
She
drank
grew
was
you up.
just purely tea. It was nothing alcoholic.
She used time to grow you up.
And there, he says a few words, and basically,
How much bigger are you now?
it comes along the lines of who, where, and what were
From
they
5'2"
hiding.
to 5'7".
Okay.
Oh, right. That's pretty significant.
Nikolai doesn't know yet.
Nope.
So you're the first two to see.
Yeah, I mean, in centaur terms, she has the bulk to fill it out. It's not just stretch leggies. She's not like a maned wolf centaur.
Is it me, or is she, like, bigger? Like,
So-
I know you're, like, large to us because we're so small, but you
Question
seem
number one.
larger.
Are you able to write down words?
I was never given that instruction, so
Y'all are gonna see a funny sight of Cayenne just like
Okay.
standing in like this and just going in a circle. Like a dog trying to chase her tail to see what y'all are talking about.
yeah, you're a little bit more filled out and to fill out the height difference essentially.
It's like slightly bigger and like somewhat larger. You're already huge to us, but like you're a lot taller now.
Yeah, I'm gonna prestidigitate like a little, like, almost like height meter. You were here,
Now you're up
Now
there.
here.
That,
So like
that
should not.
could explain why she asked how I was feeling after. She said she had to pull a few strings.
She got like taller, longer, and wider. Then so she's like,
She just
She
grew
grew
up.
the fuck up.
yeah, yeah. You're
I mean, she doesn't look any older outside of the fact that she's taller. She's still
She's taller and got more muscle definition.
So when you say this wasn't instructions that you were given, do you mean these aren't instructions that no one has requested you to do this, or you weren't given the knowledge or understanding on how to do this?
correct.
One or two, sir? First
Those-
one or the second one?
I was never given the instruction or the know-how, neither was my staff, on how to read or write.
Oh, okay.
We simply maintain.
Am I able to give you that instruction? Can I improve your abilities by simply allowing you to improve your abilities?
Only the creator of the spell can, sir.
And who did that?
That would be your father, sir.
My father did this. Okay. Alright, fantastic. Alrighty. So I think I know what the other might have been looking for, because I do recall one of our other houses that our father has made, or that my father has created, had secret rooms in it. Are you aware of any secret rooms in this building?
That is a good question, sir. I am not permitted to speak of such secret rooms.
Per instructions of my father?
That is correct.
Okay. I will continue to look for these secret rooms. as we go about, I'll look for anything that could be... Could show
actually,
as-
correction, it was per your mother.
Ah. Okay. So my mother is allowed to give you instructions. Okay. Oh,
Is
yeah.
this where you dress up in a dress and try to act like your mom?
No. No, Tom.
What do I have to roll once he tells me
Wrong
this?
this entire time.
Oh no.
I had her set at only like 238 for a centaur.
Oh boy.
The base guidelines start at 750 pounds to 1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
She was like,
I'm like, ooh,
She
I will
was
pick that.
scrawny.
Damn, you're like a
Because I was looking-
walking twig.
I get, to be honest, I use those as guidelines as I feel some of them are a little strange. So, whatever you think
Well-
is right.
Well, it does make sense because when you think of actual horses, their neck and their head is not going to weigh nearly as much as their body with all that muscle and bone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, 200 pounds is way too light for a centaur unless they're like literally 2 feet.
A stick bug centaur.
Like a loofah.
Like a loofah was, yeah.
So,
Okay.
do you eventually go back? Do you take a break and go get the rest of the family to help?
Yeah, how is the cleanup going?
It's going fine. They're just working along like little ants, essentially.
And not disturbing any of the messes
Yeah.
and damages that
Per your
mustache
instruction.
work created. Alrighty. Well, carry on. Are you able to improve the exterior of this house?
That is a part of the repair, sir.
Oh, fantastic. Appreciate it. Is it are you guys capable of working on the exterior first?
We can certainly look into that, sir.
Thank you. Well, I guess I shall be going. Let you guys carry on. I must go get some. Well, actually, could you show me? Well, I presume he showed me my parents' room. You did, yeah. Okay. Thank you very kindly. I'll spend some time to go around the house to look to see if I see anything that could be one of the hidden rooms. As I just go around one time, every room, check, and leave.
Investigation at disadvantage.
Okay.
There are certain spells at play. The fact that there's a magnificent mansion spell that is permanent.
Be a 14.
14.
Mm-hmm.
You do it once around, you don't really find anything. You do see some of the more interesting rooms of this, but
Nothing
Nothing.
particular. Okay. All right. Well, let's roll out, Ace.
Ace does a cartwheel.
You're a funny guy.
Do a barrel roll.
And head back to the Elm Knot Inn.
So as you guys are talking back and forth, and you're talking about the creepy druid as much as you are willing to, Nikolai comes walking in with Ace.
Nah, you've been rolled in. Yeah, the reach magic. Reach magic.
Oh, you're using the Rage
Yeah,
Magic.
why not?
You hear the familiar sounds of the Rage Magica coming in. And,
It's not noisy right now. No, it's rolling now.
yeah,
Can it roll in snow?
it's not snow, it's just cold. If it was snow, you would know.
Because I haven't been in a while, I want to make sure. Just check, look for squeakiness.
As you roll in, I need you guys to make another. I need you to roll a. Oh, this one's gonna be weird. An intimidation check.
Me?
No,
Oh.
these three.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the fuck that number is.
Well, alright, I guess I'm a scary motherfucker. That was a natural 20.
You're scared. You're not scared of it at all.
I got a 15.
Okay. What?
5.
5. So you guys are sitting around this open space, talking back and forth, and Ace comes in, and Nikolai rolls in, and there's a loud backfire from his engine of his machine, and you're instantly on the ceiling upside down.
Okay.
We just see like a cloud
This
of
is
fuzz.
the one time that it it would be appropriate for you to refer to him as a scaredy cat.
The one. This is the one
This-
time.
I will allow
He's hanging from one of the chandeliers with his claws hanging onto it, dangling back and forth.
To be fair, I was reading. I was getting into it.
Down from there.
And you see Mongo's book floating through the water as he dropped it.
In the fucking water!
Water.
Pick it up very carefully.
And you see water just dripping out of it from your vantage point up top.
I'm falling from depression.
Make a acrobatics. It says it's out of depression, disadvantage. I like how I just depressingly rolling the dice.
No.
Did you roll a 1, dude? Fuck.
What I'm going to do with the
A natural
book is
20?
I'm going
Nice.
to use Druidcraft
Disadvantage.
Oh.
light breeze to kind of dry the book.
Okay.
What was this?
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
Okay, modified 20, so still not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not a natural 20.
What, as much as you try, you land naturally on your feet. And you see Cayenne just holding the book up, just gently using Druidcraft to try and blow the water on air dry it.
Yeah, I'll try to prestidigitate as much as the water.
It goes
off.
poof. I'm just kidding.
You like give? Okay, can we not kill Tom, please? We're
Somewhere
getting
in the
old.
universe,
We don't need Tom
hear
to have a heart
Sonny
attack.
crying because he destroyed a book.
You're being fucking mean. Thought I asked for enough trauma when I said, hey, I'm going to read Correct Yes's book.
So, the family is reunited.
We'll tell them what we learned about Samir.
And I will inform you guys what I learned.
And you look over and you see that Cayenne seems more vertical.
Really? Would I really notice that?
You're astute, remember?
Oh, yeah. Look down. Does she have horseshoes on or something?
No? Just her usual. Her little, tip-tips.
My tippy taps that have a hidden blade in them.
Ace, can you click me on your shoulder, please, buddy?
Picks you up, puts you on the shoulder,
Can you walk over to Cayenne, please?
walks over to Cayenne.
You're taller.
How tall is Ace again?
It's not very tall, he's 4 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now all your fur is stuck in off directions and you have to brush it back out and smooth it.
How'd you get taller all of a sudden?
I don't
That
know.
was it's now up here.
I don't know.
Okay.
All I know is I met a creepy arch druid, who, by the way, does not have a name at all. She clearly
Okay.
said when I asked, and she did her creepy star radio silence laugh, as in there was no sound coming from her when she laughed. And you could see no expression on her face as she laughed, or smiled, or frowned. Or
That would be
or
fucking
anything.
creepy.
So how do you
Just-
know it was a laugh?
She has no name. People decide what to call her, and that's what she goes by.
I can see that being extremely advantageous when dealing with Fae.
All I
That's
know is she
interesting.
gave me a tea that had no alcohol in it, or drugs.
It sounds like it was fucking laced
it
with something.
tasted really,
sis.
really good. You probably would have enjoyed this tea if you tried it.
I'll take some if it
the
makes me
flavor
bigger.
Of it, you would have thoroughly enjoyed it. It was it was sweet at the beginning, then it got nice and that woodsy herbal taste, and then very floral at the end.
Well, that would have been nice.
Like it had layers as you drank more.
Huh. That is interesting.
But she teleported me to this solid black beach with completely translucent water, and the planets and stars were within touching distance.
Yeah, see, that's the part that makes me think it was laced with something.
Yeah.
Come on, do an arcana for me.
Are you sure there was no, mushrooms in there.
Maybe that was the earthy flavor.
I'm sure because some of the trinkets that she had within her home were of things I had never seen before of a druid. And plus, her home didn't look like it belonged to a druid. More so, it looked like it belonged to a witch.
What kind of druid would do that?
Can't believe I'm going to say this. 21 on my Arcana.
Holy crap! What'd you do with Tom?
Okay.
Who are you?
He has a goatee, so clearly he's the evil one. So as you're talking back and forth about this, as she describes it again now to Nikolai, from your studies, it sounds like she might describing the brief encounters of what people refer to as the astral plane.
Well, your pappy was born, apparently, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go...
No, it
get
wasn't
some
the
books.
ethereal plane?
What?
Yeah, no, he was on the ethereal.
With my time studying with Kippa, would I have learned anything about that?
She doesn't cover big subjects with you.
Um,
I don't mean that in a rude way. She's teaching you how to be good nobility, not the broader spectrum of things.
Gotcha.
To be,
Understandable.
to be fair, you're learning algebra. She's in physics.
That's understandable.
Cayenne,
That
as
came
you're
off so beautifully.
huh?
That came off so beautifully.
It really did. It's pretty great. I can't even be mad.
My bard's coming out again. Shit. Next thing you know, I'm gonna start fucking singing on stream again.
Do it.
Cayenne, you're looking at the book and you see the, you're on the, as you're cleaning it or drying it out, you're on the page where you can see it's discussing Mungo's mother.
Gonna be reading that.
yeah, no,
As
I'm
I'm
getting
drawing
my
the book.
research books and, like, ask a couple of points of clarification on, like, what exactly... And, like, try to find, like, a picture. It's like, so you mean, like...
And you see her, when you come out, you actually see her reading
This.
the correct yes book. You actually see her actively reading the correct yes book for some, one of the passages.
Cayenne, are you reading that out loud? Because I may be able to cross-reference
Oh,
some stuff.
yeah, Scav likes being read to as well.
Well,
I'm
That's something him and
basically,
Feisty have in common.
I'm skimming through the pages as I'm drawing this book.
Yeah, and you happen to be on the one discussing Jewel.
Gonna take some time, take a quick little amount of time to gather that information to relay it to Mongo.
Yeah. The information that is there presented for Jewel is that she basically, her family referred to each other as a clan, and they traveled quite a bit. But at one point that her and her clan actually encountered raiders, and the entire clan was wiped out. And as a small child, she walked across basically the entire burning temperament to civilization
Oh,
as a sole survivor. And
Damn.
tieflings actually took her in and raised her and deemed her, ironically enough, the Jewel of the Winter's Crest. Despite the
they
fact that
went to... When the kids were getting named, they went to go see family.
not her. She grew up as a survivor.
So then that was Dad's family?
Mm-hmm. Kind of, sort of, his adopted family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But she basically survived on her own, walking across the entire burning.
She was a foundling.
She's a survivor. But that's the information you gather from it, and it specifically says that she was a divine soul sorcerer and a creationist wizard.
I would have at least read this out loud specifically speaking to Mongo, but since Scav is close by, he'd at least be able to listen in to hear that.
Yeah, and you're able to listen on that too.
Right? Am I able to cross-reference anything from Secret's journal with this?
You find a few notes regarding Jewel, and it says, "Simply do not fuck with this cat."
Apparently, Father was scared of her.
I'm not gonna
respect
lie. Jules' personality and Coin's personality, they would be an absolutely just dangerous duo together.
Oh god,
Yeah.
the shit they would fucking get up to.
The tricks they would pull on people.
And it also
Just
notes
saying.
there's a few things in there that, much like the references that he has to other members of the Obscura, his notes of acts of like greatness or terror that he's witnessed, that Jewel was actually able to focus her magic and essentially turn people's organs into obsidian.
I will share this with Mongo.
God damn.
Oh, fucking.
And it will clearly be written, "Don't fuck with this cat."
Exactly. Don't fuck with this cat.
Your mother is terrifying and powerful. If Sunny is anywhere near as powerful as what she can become, I'm
And
scared.
there is one, do an investigation for me there.
You update your father's journal? Fuck yeah, don't fuck with that cat.
Don't fuck with that
21.
cat's daughter.
And you look around a little bit, and you see on the other page, along the actual like spine of it, there's another note regarding something that she did. That she basically used a variation of a druid spell, Wild Growth, and caused bones to uncontrollably grow within inside of a giant and basically explode them from the inside out because of their bones.
Osteomancy. Okay, gotcha.
That sounds painful as fuck.
That's making my knees hurt.
It makes my back hurt.
That's making my knees and my hips hurt because they're already popping up as it is.
So your mom was a badass when it came to spells.
So when are you gonna be able to do stuff like this? Because this is remarkable and terrifying.
I'm pretty sure the answer is never.
You'll get there eventually.
Sunny, on the other hand,
You seem to have gotten all your father's talents, while Sunny got all the talents of
you
mother.
might want to make a note in there. Don't fuck with Sunny.
Noted.
And you can cross-reference Sunny's abilities because she made a rabbit.
You made Petey.
Yeah.
Who's Petey?
Oh, yeah, apparently when, sisters were out and about at the show, what was his name?
Show.
Yeah, the Centaur show.
Oh, right, it's that incident.
Yeah, the waterfall show. On the way back, Sunny wanted to do something nice for Cayenne and got her a rabbit.
Got her a rabbit.
By turning, what'd you say it was? A rock?
I think it was. Wasn't it like?
I remember
Was it any
she's saying
rock that she
beef
turned
jerky
into a
or
rabbit?
something. Like dried meat or something.
Something like that. It was some sort of leftover food.
Yeah, I think it was like a leftover cupcake something actually.
Yeah, she turned some fucking random object that she was holding into a fucking rabbit.
Right down in there, don't fuck with Sunny.
This one's
And
daughter,
it's just-
Arrow.
And it's just a regular, just cute little black and white spotted rabbit. Just a soft little quiet rabbit.
Yeah, it's like a Harlequin rabbit.
It's adorable.
He
His
says Harley
baby.
Quinn. You instantly think of the jesters in this town.
So, yeah. Although, since Sunny has to deal with a bunch of different politicians and some of them have hurt her, that would be fun to see.
So,
And yeah, you look through the other passages and you see that there's there's one for basically every member of the Obscura. In there that, if you want, I can share those as you guys
Yep.
read them. Okay.
Just
Which
kind
one?
of going through the book as I draw it.
Yep.
Just keep cross-referencing to see what's accurate and not.
Correct, yes, speaks very oddly of Rurik, like, this mouse is insane, I wish to eat him, but others will not permit me to do that, and I'm afraid of what will become of me.
what is it with like? why do things want to eat
Gorgeous
moon mice?
is a bird. These are mouses. What they
Mouse,
fucking eat.
bird. First animal a bird's gonna eat is a mouse.
Like, literally almost every living creature would see a mouse as food. I'm
But
pretty sure even, like, a normal person
there's
would probably see that.
details in there regarding Rurik actually speaking about things that baffle everybody, even including you. That, correct, yes, prefaces, this is his truth.
Okay.
That him and Mika left the moon because it was a cesspool of strife and self-interloathing destruction. And that the machine god was a cruel monster that just simply wanted to use them as a forever experiment.
Machine God. Have I ever heard of this before?
Nope.
Okay.
This
I
is
have
used
heard
to-
this before. The Machine God.
Didn't you say that there
Gilly
was some sort of
mentioned that.
god that of making shit?
No. Gilly mentioned the Machine God. That's the Tinker in the Tinker Guild.
Yeah, but from what you understand, Gilly, from your perceptive mind, that he meant it more as a fairy tale to tell gnomes to basically behave. That
Uh-huh.
probably doesn't have association with whatever Rurik was talking about.
Possibly, yeah.
But that
Don't know if there's a connection, but it's interesting.
but Rurik was able to actually. He was a conjuration artificer.
That's so dope.
That essentially, if he had the components available, that he can basically Doctor Strange them all into place, like Tony Stark building something in 3D.
Cross-reference.
That is so dope.
But they have a. But when he does that, it's a limited lifespan before the parts just poof into their fundamental basic components.
Oh, that's fascinating.
That's why you can't find most of this shit.
It just disassembles itself.
You find do an investigation for me.
That's interesting.
Well, think of it.
24.
Nobody'd be able to copy his
24?
designs.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So you see a cross-reference, and it instantly just makes you go, "Oh my fucking god!" So between you find this reference that of something Rurik actually built in there, and it involves basically the rest of the Obscura. So essentially, your father set up a holy circle that was the size of a town, using other followers of Bahamut, and your father essentially made a giant magnifying glass.
So his father made the Holy Circle.
Your father made a giant magnifying glass.
Okay.
And Cayenne's mother, she used her druid magic and amplified it with the help of Jewel.
Uh-huh.
And essentially used moonbeam combined with sunbeam and punched a hole through the from the amplifying glass, through the planes, into Barovia to be able to recover somebody.
They just said, fuck you, Strahd.
Fuck you, Strahd. We need to go get this person.
I want to know who the fuck this person was.
Yeah. Did
Because
they
if
mention the
did
name?
Moonbeam and Sunbeam and then focused it through a fucking magnifying. God, the fucking
Punching it through the planes into this demigod's existence.
Okay. Okay, is there a name referenced or possibly hidden that we know the ink does?
They do a investigation. Tom's over there just like,
Natural 20.
and it wasn't just like a small magnifying glass. This thing was like the
Yeah, I
size
know,
of
it would
this
have been fucking
studio.
huge.
Yeah. But you now know that your mother was actually able to use sunbeam and moonbeam combined together.
Oh my fucking god.
So it had to have been
If Sunny
those.
takes after
It had to have been
Jewel,
those
then that
times.
means she could do the same shit and amp the fuck up.
It had to be It had to be during those times of days where you can see both the sun and the moon.
Then you
Crazy.
fucking upcast those from Cayenne's mom and then add the fuzzy battery that's my mother.
What was your investigation?
Natural 20.
Natural 20?
Oh my.
What were you looking for?
If there was a name or anything related as to like who it was they were looking for.
It was actually a noble that they were looking for. Basically, a prince that was kidnapped and taken to Barovia as an offering for the vampire lord that oversees the realm.
The
And you
name
find
we don't
out
use.
that there's no name of Strahd given. That was just me as the GM giving you context
Oh, okay.
of where they went.
Okay.
They simply refer to it as the vampire lord in the realm of dread.
The Vampire Lord in the Realm of Dread. Okay.
That essentially they set up a holy circle, punched a hole in there, walked back out with this person and said, "Fuck you."
How would Strahd react to that? Like, wait a minute, that's illegal.
You can't do that. Watch us.
And you do find in there that it was actually Polvar's plan to just basically say, "Why don't we walk in the front door?"
Right then,
Yeah, nope, that,
our
that
parents were
seems-
absolutely insane.
Okay, well, yes, there's a certain fucking level of insanity in there, but also, don't forget, there's a fine line between genius and insanity.
That's if you succeed.
For my father's insanity, but I don't even want to delve into that right now.
I can
I'll
pretty well
probably find
promise
out
you
if
that
written in
who the
a book.
fuck's running this place that they decide to kick in the fucking front door wasn't expecting that shit.
That's probably the point. Who's gonna just come here and fuck with my shit? No one. Why would anybody do that?
Expect the unexpected.
One, the odds of anybody being able to fucking just decide to kick in the front door, not going to be expecting it because, well, let's be honest, most people fucking can't.
Two,
And then even anybody who could probably never fucking think of that plan.
and those who
It
did
is
probably
not-
never wanted to go there in the first place.
Cayenne's not mentioning anything about her father's origins unless anyone happens to stumble upon a passage in a book.
Alright.
So,
There's a passage in there regarding Nika, your mother. That the fact that it's known that she was an Omnomancer. But in that sense of, there is a very interesting passage in there that she came with Rurik, but she actually more so was drawn to his kind of personality
okay.
and as a buffer. She saw herself as a necessity to buffer the rest of the world from him and to control him. In that sense, you do cross-reference in the book is that there was a gathering of nobility in your homeland where all the nobles that they've interacted with essentially was invited to this great feast within the actual lands of
Essencrest.
Essencrest. And your mother actually conjured, using the resource that she had, a feast that started at the castle and ended at the docks
Damn.
for all the nobility.
A mile-long feast.
More than that.
Talking a whole country, probably.
Holy
The whole
fuck.
country. Most are usually in the middle, but still miles long feast.
Impressive.
That's insane.
And the other thing that your mother was known for is never letting the people of Essencrest go hungry. That she would always find food for them.
Oh shit. That might be part of the problems that people are having.
So she prevented famines. That could be one of the problems.
Like the inverse of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
Yeah, the inverse of the Horseman of Apocalypse.
I don't know. Holvar is pretty badass. Imagine him and Sir Mir getting drunk.
Didn't technically Cayenne's parents, with the help of a kraken, basically put a stop to invasions?
Yep.
Yep.
So she essentially stopped potential war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the the four horsemen of the apocalypse is sounding kind of true.
The inverse.
The anti-apocalypse.
Do we want to keep reading into this?
And lastly, Brigida, Cayenne's mother, was known as the Archdruid, or the Mother of Nature. Correct, yes. As she was prolific in her duties and actually made time for every single Archdruid that came to her door to speak to them and give them guidance.
Damn.
However, her motherly nature extended beyond that, that if she caught wind, and it was a very known, secret cross-referencing, that they kept Brigida from basically finding out things, specifically important things, because there was a case where a prince had actually wronged somebody, and she basically marched into the kingdom, the castle, dragged that prince out, took him back to the place where they caused the issue, and forced them to actually apologize.
I like.
There's a
your
lot
mom.
worse she could have done.
Your mom's fucking hardcore, and I love her.
And she was known for doing this, and it terrified nobles that be on your best behavior around her. Do not speak of any secrets.
And then you throw my dad in the mix, who probably got them all talking.
Yeah, and she was, to a degree, she was the quintessential essence of nobility. From a druidic point of view, that she believed in the absolute of everyone should be of face value. If you do somebody wrong, you should pay for that. There is a balance, you have to pay the balance. And even she understood that for her own people, the Obscura. And it's noted in there that quite a few of the members of the Obscura have paid prices to her for the things that they had done wrong.
My dad probably got a couple of those.
Sure, we're
Pretty
got
sure.
plenty.
Pretty sure Seagate got quite a few of those. Whew.
So,
Pretty sure that Seagate never had to answer to Cayenne's mother. It was his wife he had to answer to.
Probably.
yeah, Regina's like, let me tell you what your husband did.
They came up with plans together. That's the scenario I'm playing in my head.
Either you fix this or I will, Ethos.
Honestly, I could see them both playing rock, paper, scissors. It's like, all right, how do you want to fix this problem this time?
It's you do find in there that it is going to be a running family joke. That here, Brigida was actually known for burying her enemies and planting trees out of their corpses.
Planting dumbass trees all around the world.
Smell that? Smells like bitch.
Oh, that's great.
So, shall I tell you about what I discovered about the house, guys?
Did we miss anybody?
I don't
think
think we
so.
went over
Ethos a
Actually,
little
we
bit.
didn't go over Seago or Ethos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or Maggie.
That's right.
Or Maggie, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we discussed Maggie. You already knew about Maggie from before.
Yeah, but I don't know much about his adopted family.
There's nothing really listed in there about it.
I'm still gonna try
What
to visit
about
him.
in Seeket's journal?
Huh?
What about
Diane will
Seeket's
have to
journal?
go elsewhere to find out about her estranged aunt.
You said that to the group?
What about that I have an aunt out there somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have
think-
already mentioned
Yeah,
that.
I think
to
that
the
was already
group.
saved,
Yeah.
actually. Or shared, actually.
So
Yeah, I would have mentioned her.
So the biggest question is, like, where did Ithos actually come from? And he outright asks that. And there's no answer given by Ithos. She simply states, I'm here, and I am who I am.
Sounds like a god.
And she actually, from a very young age, despite her raising, she always walked among people as she was, a dragon among people. She never hid who she was or what she was. And she didn't back down from challengers that dare come in her direction because she knew they were coming already.
So she knew she was going to be swooned by a tiny little kobold.
Being a mystic, it's noted that by correct, yes, that she had predicted several major events in the Obscura's lives, from the small beginnings up to their, adventuring days, all the way up to the fact that they would be nobles. And a lot of the Obscura huffed at that, like, what are you fucking nobles?
Like, fuck
And when
that.
it became true, there was notes by Seekit of, like, she was right. And there's doubt in Seekit's journal about, like, what is she not telling us? What are the things that she's hiding from the rest of us that she knows? If she's a mystic of Bahamut and she sees premonitions.
Some things are just better left unknown.
And there's accusations that she knew how the Obscura would fall and what would happen. And there were traces that he knew of that she was making plans behind his back and the rest of the Obscura's back. But he couldn't find... There were traces of it, but there were no trails.
Yeah.
That he was frustrated that her being a dragon, she had resources that he could never access. Ages of information that she could tap into to create these paths that she can go down to basically safeguard things.
We know that her predictions were broken by this evil individual.
And moving on from the rather grim character of the group, and it's like, it's kind of depressing for Ithos, like knowing so much about like what's going to happen. There's not a lot of surprises for her.
Yeah.
And then simply titled Sir Asshole, aka Seekit.
Love it.
A kobold of humble beginnings, a slayer of dragons, a slayer of 2 gods, along with the rest of the Obscura.
Okay.
That he's basically lived a very prolific adventure lifestyle. That he has all these various accolades in the name of Bahamut. That he was a true paladin of Bahamut. That he's actually called on the will of Bahamut and simply healed entire nations under Bahamut's breath. Because he pleaded that I've done these deeds for you, please do something for me. That a lot of the treasure that he went back home with that was left over from adventuring and the coin they spent, he dictated to go to Bahamut or those that were in need. Not just in their country, but other countries that they had allies with. And one of the things that you find out, though, is that Sir Mir is, by correct yes, labeled as a Oath Paladin and a Purple Dragon Knight.
Paladin fighter.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with that dude.
This is the purple dragonite. It's dangerous motherfuckers. Command of the battlefield. Wow.
Yeah.
To think that this evil Nikolai made him break his oaths.
Evil Nikolai?
Evil, sorry.
Mustache Rurik.
Mustache Rurik, yes.
I wonder if my name was actually Rurik, from what I've been told about moon mice nomenclature.
I'm still going with the working theory that the names that we have were given to us by Kodos as we arrived,
Yeah, probably.
and that we actually have different true names. We won't find out.
Probably for a while, yeah.
And Feisty comes with him, and her eyes are all bloodshot.
You okay there?
What
It's
happened
from the sourness.
Oh, come here.
What happened to you?
It's a long story. I placed my hand right on her nose, and I will do lay on hands in order to get rid of all that nasty poison and toxins.
She got fucked.
Oh, yeah, no, there's an apple. That usually when you eat the apple, you spit out the seeds. This one spits them
Feisty
at
comes
you.
over to you, and she sits down in front of you, Cayenne, and she looks up at you. Well, not really at you, at eye level with you. She's a big girl. And, you guys continue. She's speaking to
Yeah.
her specifically. And, she speaks in your head as she does. Why don't you reach out to your blood goddess and ask her to see if she can reveal your actual name?
Speaking back to her, in surprise, both the player and Cayenne. Feisty, you're a genius. I never thought of that.
If she's just looking at you with her beautiful eyes, and she's like, I observe and see things, and I point out those things that feel important to myself.
I'm going to reach out and just hug Feisty's head and give her smooches.
So what's this about this manor or something?
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, it's very different than the house in Aurelia. Not Aurelia, Casil.
Seal?
Very different.
Care to elaborate?
It's a full-size building.
Okay.
We have servants.
Okay.
And you instantly peg this as, wait, it's a mansion with servants? Magnificent mansion?
I heard of a spell that does that.
Yeah.
But they made it permanent.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess my father did this. Like, did all of this.
Considering some of what we just fucking heard, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
But it also, what we learned from your father is his stuff usually just poof.
Maybe he did it differently?
Do an arcana. You both can do an arcana. I sent you a message, Cayenne.
10. Yeah, it was bound to go back down.
Yeah, 13.
Thanks for trying.
What was it?
10.
13.
13? You assumed that it was probably the help with, Joel and Maggie that kind of, and his father more or less dictated what he wanted. But it was probably a lot of interference from the others that wanted things as well.
Yeah.
Much like the other locations.
And the good news, I guess, is my dad's clone, copy, whatever he is, hadn't been there for like 5 years, since 5 years ago. Didn't find anything. He trashed the place, but didn't find anything. I've given them instructions to clean and repair everything but what my father's copy damaged or touched or made a mess of.
Okay.
Yeah. It's big. It's a big place. Doesn't do the whole like size thingy.
No, don't need to.
I miss that though. It's so much easier to like do stuff in a world what's made for larger people.
Well, you have to remember there's pathways everywhere.
Yeah, but still, it's much easier for me to prepare a plate of food for my family that I can just take to them. That's the right size for them.
Well, you understand that you can probably instruct the servants to prepare the food
Yeah,
and basically be the conductor of that.
yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting place. So I guess we won't need to stay here very long. Just up the road.
Well, is there anything potentially dangerous there? You know, kind of like the mimic stuff and weird traps that.
I really
Most of
didn't
those were
see
just
anything
pranks.
that much.
That mimic was one hell of a painful prank, you know.
But then again, you didn't tell me that it was a magical box.
I wasn't aware at the time. Okay.
You said you had to speak a password. How do you think that works, Gav?
Look, I don't deal in the arcane. I deal in the occult.
So, per the chatter, share by example and pop another seed.
Speaking of which, weird apple, seeds.
That's
They-
metagaming, because I'm talking about this thing.
I was talking to him about the
I
seed.
already
that,
told him.
What happened to
yeah.
Feisty? That sounds like a terrible apple.
So,
Should be
useful.
Should be
So,
fun to be used.
are you guys going to actually pack up and head to the new place and start spreading out in it?
well, might still be good to stay here for the night until we know what's going on over there. Until
Yeah, the servants are
But-
cleaning and
well,
fixing everything.
Also,
we also don't
the
know
royalty of the town kind of
the creed
got
for
us this place,
Yeah.
and to not use it might
Yeah.
be kind of
But be insulting.
Yeah. Besides that, the servants are fixing and cleaning the place anyway, so we won't get any sleep. It's a mess.
So, Cayenne, Feisty looks to you, and as you're giving her all this attention, and she's just purring up a storm, and she speaks to you within your head. Would you care for assistance?
I would answer back, I would not mind.
And she just gives you this, like, just giant, toothy smile. It's half adorable, half terrifying, because you're seeing all those danger teeth.
fluffy murder scissors.
No, like those are her paws. Those are big.
Those are murder mittens. Murder scissors.
Yeah.
The face kissers.
Yeah, you're seeing that she has the primary canines and a second set of canines as well.
oh fuck. Yeah, you're a fucking hippie.
Yeah, so you're seeing that she essentially has stacked two sets of canines. The front ones are a bit longer and pointed. Like, if she were to bite you, you ain't going nowhere from that. So,
That will impale all of the things.
and she just put a paw on you and just pull in one direction the paw and the face in the other direction, and
Now there's two of you.
yeah.
Well, we don't know where we're going, so you'll have to lead the way, Nikolai.
Feisty just gets up, turns around, and heads off to Cayenne's room.
There's no reason to go right now. Like I said, the servants are cleaning and repairing the house.
Okay.
You just leave them do what they do. There will still be messes there and shit broken because I told them not to touch anything
I'm
that.
letting everyone know while they're speaking that I'm heading off to my room real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Have fun.
About what time of the day is it?
That's getting later into the day. You arrive towards the afternoon, so it's getting later into the day at this point.
Shall we go and get something for dinner?
That sounds good.
Cayenne, do you want us to wait for you or bring you something back?
Just bring me something back.
Okay.
Just some fruit.
So you guys head off to find food.
Yep. I'm pretty sure there's probably food in the inn.
Heading downstairs. That should be the end of the track.
Yeah, there's a full kitchen and there's a barred turtle there with a straw hat and a piece of straw sticking out his mouth, and he's just strumming a ukulele very gently.
Or a banjo.
A banjo, and kind of tunes it a little bit, press again, just like, yeah, tunes it again. And you see like this scruffy little goblin over there, and they have basically a mop, and you can see the piece of wood sticking up over their face, so it looks like they're wearing dreads. And they just have this big circle drum, and just like they're using 2 femur bones from like something they had eaten for the actual drumsticks.
I love this guy.
Alright.
And yeah, you see that there's there's a tabaxi over there as well. There's like this
Full size tabaxi?
Yeah, full size tabaxi, and they're just gathered around like practicing for their little show while the food is being prepared.
Alrighty.
And you mosey on over to the actual counter to get food, and there's a wood elf there, and they're like, "Oh, food, drinks,
Please.
levity.
Please.
We have pie in."
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, is this one of the ones from the,
that one over there. The good boy.
Yes, from
Oh.
Zen. It's rather expensive. It's 1 platinum per slice, as it's been delivered here from across the great ocean.
Well,
Wow.
you know what? I will pay for it. I'll pay for it for everybody.
Okay.
Would you happen to have metal that my friend here, pointing to Ace as I'm on his shoulder, would be able to imbibe on?
George. And this orc comes up. Would you kindly take this coin and go over to that tabaxi and acquire that? And Garcia. And this orc looked rough. He has a broken tusk, scars across his face. He's wearing a patch with a crudely drawn eye on it.
It's pretty funny.
love it.
Like he has fuzz on his head, but it's like all these scars going through it. So it's like he should just be bald. He looks like he had earrings at one point, but they've all been ripped out. The other ear is completely missing. He's got all these like scars across his arms and his shoulders, and he just looks like he's the line cook back there. He's doing all the cooking.
And the bouncing.
And he walks over to the tabaxi and he's like, "Give me the thing or I crush your skull." George, kindly. George looks over. "Please or else." And the tabaxi looks over and they deposit. They give him the coin, and it's like. And you can see why they took it from him, because it's like one of those things you go down to the creek and you actually just scrub clothes on, and you can tell the tabaxi was just going to break their clothes off.
God.
Oh, it's oh God.
It's a washboard.
And he walks over, gives it to Ace, and goes back to the kitchen.
What?
Was that tabaxi in the pan?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Wait, no, but that's his instrument.
It saves the rest of us from suffering.
Oh, are they not good?
I've heard cats being ground up by George that sound better.
What?
Look, sometimes we get strays that get a little fussy and violent with the guests. We have to teach them a lesson. It's no offense to you, they're not tabaxis, they're just normal cats that have really bad attitudes that would probably steal your coin and then murder you in your sleep.
I've met a few cats like that. One I tried to catch on fire.
There is a cat. Actually, I have a job for you. And this is no wild goose chase, mind you. Well, it is a wild goose chase. There is a goose that is terrorizing people throughout the town that you need to seek out and end. If you want to...
Are you really gonna do this to us?
if you
What
would,
do we do to deserve
I was
this?
just thinking of the Entitled Goose Game and Hot Fuzz right now.
would you be so interested in actually helping us acquire this goose? We would be happy to prep it up for a meal for free of charge.
As a former pest control service kobold, I humbly accept this contract.
Level 6 characters going on level 1 quest. All right.
Cayenne, roll a nature and religion for me while you cackle over there at the party accepting a goose chase for a quest.
You said,
Oh my.
Nature and religion.
you
By the way,
thank you.
8 slices of pie.
Oh,
Nature
It's 8
is
platinum,
an
but I have it.
18. Religion is a 9.
Oof.
all right. Luckily, you have nature to save your ass.
Yeah.
So you bite it. Do you dig into the pie while you're waiting and looking at the menu? So essentially, it's like when I make my homemade pumpkin pie. There's like you cut through it, and it's like this really creamy custard. It's like cutting through like soft butter. And you get to the bottom, and there's a little bit of resistance, but it goes through easily. And you lift up the actual like fork, and you look at it, and you can see that it's like this really beautiful crumb cookie. And it's just like this beautiful auburn golden brown, and you just stick it in your mouth, and you just get the various layers of flavor to it, that rich custardiness of it, mixed with the various pumpkin spice seasonings. And then it's just that beautiful layered, and at the very end you get this really nice smoked vanilla taste mixed with the actual like cookie, which is like a rich vanilla cookie.
Interesting.
Sorry, Manny, I'll put the table down in a minute.
Oh, here I go again with food.
So,
And yes,
Anybody
that's-
playing the drinking game, please be careful.
And yes, this is a recipe that I cook almost yearly. I haven't done it in a while though.
I got a slice for Noodle, one for Feisty, one for Cayenne, one for Cayenne's bird, one for Nikolai, one for you, and one for me.
So Feisty helps you with the ritual, just kind of correcting things a little bit here and there. Does her own like little spins on it, which you're surprised at. She put paws down, and she has a jar of let's just say donated blood that she pulls out of her vest pocket.
what did you do?
She's killed enough things.
I still have the heart from that dragonborn asshole.
Yeah.
Is it a good idea to
Is any
use
of that
evil person's blood?
Donated blood from that
I
kobold
mean-
in the shop.
I'm a use this definitely use this heart. The heart and some of the blood.
Okay. Oh yeah.
and part of it.
For my home recipe of pumpkin pie, I use it took a lot of experimenting, but I use ginger snap cookies for the crust.
That explains a lot. When are you gonna make that again? Actually, it's been a long time.
Tomorrow.
Dude, that's like a whole.
It's a 2-day process to make.
Yes, I know. It's a joke.
Oh
Jesus.
Literally, when I make these pies, I start on Tuesday before Thanksgiving. It is a delicate
I
process.
think the point that he's trying to make is you don't have to wait till Thanksgiving.
You don't have to wait
It's
till the
hard to
end.
find an actual pumpkin.
No, it's not.
Well, you gotta find the
Well,
right
you gotta
kind.
find the right kind. It has to be in season. And make sure it's
Actually, what's
profitable.
funny is I don't
Pumpkins are
prefer
year-round.
pie pumpkins. I prefer the big giant gourd pumpkins.
Huh.
Those actually provide the best balance of flavor for it. I find that the gourd the actual pumpkins are too meaty, whereas the big ones they just have that right enough balance of mushy meat. I've done a lot of research on pumpkin pies. Cayenne, back to you, dear. We're gonna. So Feisty helps you with this, and she looks over to you before you guys finish the actual ritual in the circle, and before you decide to finish the incantation. And she speaks to you, and she's like, "Do you trust me and promise to keep a small secret until I feel right?"
Of course, Feisty.
And she comes over, and she gently reaches up and bites your forearm and turns and almost like pulling you, like in a direction, and you feel the air grow very cold, like ice cold, like you stepped out into the middle of winter in a swimsuit in Georgia.
I've done a polar bear dive. I know how that feels.
I always wanted to do that. I just never had the guts.
The room almost just kind of ripples like you're passing through water. And you're standing in the same room, but it's almost like being underwater as you're there. And you can see almost like distortion to things. And Feisty looks over to you and she's like, "Don't fear. This is the astral plane. Your spell will be more powerful here."
Damn! Feisty can move between the astral plane and the material plane.
I'm very confused.
She can fucking plane shift?
The astral plane, yes.
Displacer beast.
No, that's different, bud. And she goes back to her position, and you notice that you have a few teeth marks in your arm where there's fresh blood. But you understand from your nature that she's marked you, so the nothing bad will happen to you. That she's essentially marked you and protecting you while you're here. And that way you don't get lost in the plane itself.
Awesome.
Alrighty. Feisty's freaky powerful.
Yeah, there's a lot we don't know about Feisty yet. We know a little bit, but not everything.
And you're able to complete the spell, and the room grows incredibly dark. And it's almost like while you have that same cold around you, you're starting to get used to it. And then you have that weird warmth underneath your skin that's basically blanketed by the cold. And it's that warmth of the presence of your actual deity. Essentially, while you're here in the astral plane, all of your technical term, your dice rolls were essentially doubled. Since you're doing a religion type of ability.
Alrighty.
Nice.
She's having a religious experience with her deity while we're having a religious experience with this pumpkin pie.
And you're standing there, Cayenne, and you see this, you hear the sound of hooves, and it echoes like you're in this great hall. Like it's this marble floor, and you're looking around, and the room that you were standing in is no longer there. It's just empty abyss that goes on indefinitely. And out of the actual shadows in front of you, you look down, and you see essentially a 2-year-old version of yourself before you. And she walks forward to you, and she holds up her little hand, and she's like, "Do you want to know a secret?"
You're in a 2-year-old equal sentences. What's that?
You have to take my hand.
I'll take my hand? Question mark.
As if I haven't messed with her brain enough this episode.
I felt part of my brain popped for a second. I didn't know how to word that. I was like, I'll take my hand?
And she turns and she walks with you, and she's like, "We're gonna find out a secret." And you feel the air move around you. And you're standing in a room, and it's shortly after you and your sister were born in Holvar, and your mother are speaking to each other. And the cleric is the medicine cleric or druid or the various people helping.
Putting your mother back together, I guess.
Yeah. Or speaking to her.
One of the midwives, one of the shamans, one of the clerics.
Check your messages real quick. I have an important question for you. That comes off much creepier than it should. Yes. Welcome to me digging into my Lovecraftian nature over here. And you guys are downstairs, none the wiser, just, this pie is so fucking delicious.
Good pie.
And
yeah.
they come back, the elf comes back. Are you enjoying the pie? I see that you're about halfway through it. I forgot to offer you, would you like some cream that has been whipped?
Sure, why not?
Mm.
And they take this bowl and they swirl it up a little bit and gently put it on top. And they're like, enjoy, and they head off. And
Thank you very much.
you take a bite with whipped cream, and the whipped cream is just like straight vanilla bean that's slightly sweetened.
Straight from the cow.
And it's super rich and creamy, and that very rich vanilla taste, just layered on top of now this pumpkin pie.
But don't get me wrong, a really good pumpkin pie, you don't necessarily need whipped cream.
But a good whipped cream is a perfect topper
Yeah.
for it.
Heck yeah.
So you hear your parents speaking to each other, and they're this is like right after you guys are born, and you hear them whisper names to each other that you catch
Hi, cheesy
that
cat.
they have given both of you. And the little girl looks up at you and she's like, see? There's secrets that you now know. And just like that, it's almost like hitting a wall at like on roller skates. You're just suddenly back in the room and the breath is knocked out of you. After you gather those names, Feisty comes over and gently just nuzzles you. And you're so freezing cold, like shaking, like you're in an ice bath, and the warmth of Feisty is just almost overwhelming.
I'm gonna, like, kinda just go down to, like, all fours, like, laying down and just hug onto Feisty. And catch my breath after that.
Yeah, and your skin is even, like, all of you, except for your armor and such, is damp to the touch. Like, that was a weird experience. Like,
That was intense.
So, you guys, the band starts up, and it's just as bad as you would think that they would be. And, so, oh my god, those performances are justified. Woo! You're sitting there enjoying this pie, and then they're bringing over, like, actual food. And the performance is so bad, you're probably considering taking your food up to the room for the rest of the group.
Wow.
Like, the tabaxi is, like, they're, just kind of, makeshift instrument, and it's almost like an actual, like, makeshift, like, kazoo type thing. And they're like, and the turtle's like, she screams so loud, and it's like off key, and the goblins are there just like trying to keep beat to this. No.
Is the goblin at least keeping a beat, or is it just
No, it's so
random
off.
fucking hitting?
It's
Just random noise.
Yeah, at one point the leg kind of creaks and it leans off to the side and they just keep playing. And you know when you have a cat that's out on the fence and they're just screaming incoherently. That's essentially what this cat is doing. And the poor turtle is filling in backup lyrics, just making up whatever they can.
The turtle at least doing a decent job.
No. One of the strings breaks on their like little instrument, and they're just. They reach over there and rip out one of the cat's whiskers.
Oh,
scream.
fuck!
And the cat just starts screaming. And you're just like, oh, it's hurting your ears because it's so bad.
You want to go back to the room?
You know what? I just remembered we have some very important reading to do upstairs.
Thank you very much for the food. I'll go ahead and pay whatever it is.
It's like 15 silver for the food.
15 silver. I'll
Yeah.
give them
Oh.
1 gold and 5 silver.
We need something for Feisty Kayan.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
you see-
Can I get a thing of fruit for a centaur and some
Fish.
like, meats?
Big fish.
Barbecued fish if you have it.
They look at you.
You don't barbecue fish.
They look back at the orc.
Fuck you don't.
What's barbecue? And he's like,
Grilled over open fire.
You don't have to do that. Just
we'll have something delivered.
You're
409.
most.
And you hear the cat. And it's just grating on your ears. Even in like.
Might have been better to
understanding-
go home tonight, guys.
Even understanding Tabaxi, it's incoherent, just like screaming off-key Tabaxi.
Oh, good. It's Screamo Tabaxi.
Or jazz
Tabaxi
cat
screamo.
from a cat.
It's just bad all around, and you can see other patrons are getting their food to go upstairs, and their adventurers like. One of the adventurers actually goes up to the front and looks at the lady, and he's like, "How much for me to legally kill that cat? I will pay to murder that thing."
Do you think it would be a good time sometime this week to probably introduce Kayla's whiskers at the car at some point? These people need proper They need proper entertainment, brother. You're more than
I'm
qualified.
not even remotely close to drunk enough to consider that.
So I'm
Do
assuming
I hear
you
him
guys.
say this?
So you guys head back
No,
upstairs.
we're keeping this down.
Hey.
I am.
You guys head back upstairs, right? Discussing
Yes.
this? Okay. Yeah, so you're hugging on Feisty, and eventually you hear the door open, and from all the dead quiet in the room, it might startle you a little bit as people just come barging in talking about something.
Yeah, I'm still just hugging on to Feisty.
Feisty, Cayenne,
Food.
brought you something.
It
But
should
they said
be
it was gonna be
delivered.
sending up.
The pie.
Yeah.
Finally, like, go with Feisty and figure we should probably go out there and check things out. I'm definitely going to give her the biggest hug before we leave and just say thank you.
She just gives you that toothy smile. I sent you one other note,
He's a note.
and she heads out with you, and you can see Cayenne. She looks a little damp, like she took a small swim.
She did say she was gonna go and do something in her room. Maybe she took a bath.
Or maybe she fell in the pond.
Do a religion for me.
Okay, 21.
21. You start walking through the room and you go to basically give Cayenne a slice of the pie, and you just stop dead in your tracks. It's like someone walked over your grave, and you just feel this aura come off of Cayenne, like, the fuck? Like some sort of serious, like, spiritual disturbance in your feng shui.
It's probably like the. It's probably weird seeing me stop and kind of like back away from you.
And it's coming from Feisty as well.
What did you do?
And Feisty's translation. Whoa, we didn't do anything. We're innocent.
Bullshit.
How convincing
It's coming from a
is
cat.
she?
Can't be
She
innocent.
just gives you that toothy smile.
Cayenne, what did you do? Because that does not feel normal at all. You have a really weird energy coming off of you.
All I will say is, Feisty helped me speak to my lady.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah, it's like it's there, but it's like dissipating and coming off of her. It's like melting off of her, but it's just. Oh, that is a weird. That's not like evil or good. That is just a.
Just true neutral.
It's like walking into a house and knowing it's haunted. It's like you staying in the Calhoun Motel.
I don't want to. Okay, no.
I totally want to do that someday.
Even driving by the Clown Hotel just feels like you're gonna die.
Me and Cayenne can attest that driving by gives us both the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just find it amusing.
I'd rather stare at the donkeys that like to walk the streets nearby. Thanks.
This is nowhere near as terrifying as actually sleeping on the Queen Mary. Like that. That was a weird
So,
experience.
back to the room. You're presented with a slice of pumpkin pie.
Try it with this and put some of the cream on there.
Do you just dollop it on there with your hand, or do you actually use a tool?
It's like a tool or something.
Okay. He pulls out his sword, dollops it, swap.
Koopa would be proud.
I will eat.
It's probably the most welcoming experience you've had compared to what you just went through over the last day.
Apparently, this came from across the seas and was delivered by an individual known as Zen. It's apparently the goodest boy.
No, he's the one who sent it, not delivered.
Yeah, he didn't deliver it. It was sent.
And Feisty's just like,
Some
Well,
sort
we
of
got you a piece too.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, did you eat it on the way
No,
out?
it's right here. Walk over.
you actually hand her your empty plate.
No, like the actual
Okay.
like slice with her.
She's like,
With
okay.
the pie and the cream. Just like hold it up for her. Here you go.
She looks at it.
Oh, it's good.
She just takes a single bite and the entire pie's in her mouth.
I like legit would have just been nodding my head like eat it.
And her like little her like fuzzy cheeks are puffed out, and you can see whipped creams all over her. Like she's gonna actually do a performance. Oh, it's adorable. She's like, she moves a little bit, and she acts like she's rabid, like with all the frosting, the whipped cream on her face.
Yeah. Hug her face.
And she's got that weird aura around her, the same one that Cayenne has, and
Oh, that's so weird.
And
What
it's-
did you two do?
it's like hugging. It's like hugging your favorite animal that's been outside in the cold for a while. That weird coolness that their fur has. You're
I
just like,
love that.
it's like, whoa.
It feels so nice.
When Cheddar lays out in the rec room for a while,
Oh yeah.
and he comes in and he just curls up with me, it's like,
I was like, I'm stealing your warmth.
oh,
Sweetie does that too. It's so nice. It's like, oh.
no, I get murdered by biscuit making.
I don't know what you two did. Doesn't feel good, but it doesn't feel evil either. It just feels like it's just there. Doesn't. I don't know. Whatever it is, just yeah.
You can try to do some of your mumbo jumbo too if you want.
See what kind of wiggly finger
I
stuff
go over
I
to
get.
Cayenne to see what the hell, and Feisty to see what the hell Scaver's talking about.
11.
You not being attuned to religion, you're like, they're cooler.
Yeah.
About it.
Like, what are you on about?
It's.
She went
That's
for a
cool.
swim or something.
He's got an explanation. I got an 11.
You're like, the only thing you pick up is like, the arcana in the room's been a little funkified.
But it's returning to normal, so
Yeah.
there's nothing to worry about.
Like the closest
See, ask
thing.
Noodle if he's got any insight on it.
Noodle's in your room currently, and it has been this entire time.
Oh, yeah, there's a slice for Noodle as well.
Go give Noodle a slice and see if he noticed anything odd.
And you go in there, and
I'll also
You-
mix him a martini too.
you see, perform. What have we been using for that?
That one I actually do have written down.
Okay. Noodle's in there. He's actually fashioned the
Yeah, it's like-
candle up above like in the actual like lantern up above
Mhm.
at a slight angle, and he's fashioned like a little lounge
Performance,
chair,
actually.
and he's gotten a spoon that Ace helped him fashion, and he's just sitting there sunscreening himself with the candle, with grape slices because those are the things that fit on his eyes.
What the fuck?
He's a fucking gentleman of leisure. What's wrong with this? I fucking love it so much.
He has a smoking jacket, personal quarters.
Oh my god, I need more artwork in Noodle. I swear to God.
Which one's my room, guys? It's getting late.
Yeah.
Yours is next to Cayenne's.
All right.
Okay. Noodle cocktail. 14.
14. You mix it, you're like, that should be okay.
Well, it's not great, but
You think it's pretty good. It's better than what you would probably get downstairs from New York.
probably.
So you give it to Noodle in a little thimble, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And Noodle's just sitting there, just,
Give him the pie, too.
do you announce yourself? Because he's got little, slices on his eyes.
Comfy Noodle.
Just holds the spoon off to one side, puts a thumb up.
Got you a snack.
Takes off the little grape slices, sets them down.
I just now realize this thing's probably bigger than me.
Oh, it's
Set the,
significantly bigger.
set the pie with whipped cream and the noodle-sized martini.
Noodle gets up, walks over to the pie. Noodle goes like this. Goes up to the back of the pie where the crust is. Hops up on the plate. Does a butt wiggle and Scrooge McDuck's right into it.
You could have used his vest to make him bigger so you can just eat
And
the
you
whole
just
thing.
you hear from inside.
If Noodle wanted to be bigger, he would have made some sort of gesture to be enlarged.
So you're able to go to your room.
Yeah.
So you're able to go to your room.
Probably use Feisty into bed again.
You're able to chill out in your room. Go back to book reading. Probably looking for secrets within books.
Ooh, actually, I will read her a bedtime story.
Okay. It's the brave little goblin versus the angry stone giant.
I'll ask Noodle if he noticed any weird, funky business.
Comes up. He's got pie on his head like a little hat. Noodle translates to you that essentially Cayenne and Feisty were there, then they were not there. They were somewhere else, and he lost track of them, and then eventually they came back.
Like, left the room or, like, poof?
Goes over to one of the books, pushes it up on its side, and stands in front of it, and then steps behind it. He's signifying just disappeared,
Oh, okay.
and then steps in front of it, signifying back.
Okay, they bounced out and bounced back. Alright.
Spend some time tidying up the sketches. Not too much time because, and then I'll just sit there and I'll work on the house until he falls asleep.
Before you fall asleep, we're
Okay.
going to leave off on an interesting note for the night. Let me find it real quick.
Okay.
I have to jump over to a different book. Nope, not that one. That one. You hear a knock on the door.
Hello?
I'll cautiously make my way over to investigate.
Yep.
And you just gently open the door.
like yeah.
Before you in the hallway, there stands one of the jesters, and they're wearing white and gold.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
And they motion like this.
I assume you want to come in. Yes. Go ahead.
Do you stand aside for them to come
Yeah.
in? And they step into the room, just walking into the room very casually, the ever so soft jingle of a few bells on them. And then the person that greeted you, the lady, she comes in following them. And you can see that there's guards with her as well. There's other jesters surrounding her. And you suddenly have a flashback to what you were told. You see one jester standing there, and they almost flow into the room. You don't notice them at first sight. Just out of the corner of your eye, it gives you flashbacks back to Smiley. That this jester is wearing nothing but black. And they stand there. And they stand in the shadows, and you can see that their face is more of a sorrowful look. Not like the happy jester looks like the others have. And, yeah, now that you guys are thoroughly terrified.
Yeah, sounds creepy as shit.
And she's like, oh, don't mind the guards. They're just precautionary.
Understandable.
Not the gods I'm necessarily worried about.
What is it?
Did we do something wrong?
Oh, no. It's just precaution is all. That they accompany me when I'm in an unknown, or other members of the Royal are in an unknown space. And out of the corner of your eye, you look where that jester was, and they're no longer there. The black one. They're just. Where did they go?
Where'd the white and gold one go?
It is standing off to the side. There's another white and gold off to the other side too.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
after
other one
Kaya
shadow
had
step.
seen the black dressed jester, she's clinging to the scar that is deep within her arm.
And outside the door, there is a jester that is basically keeping guard that is dressed in red and white. And you can see that they have a face here and two faces on the side. And their bells come down between those faces. Poor Cayenne over there is like...
So you're gonna have to sneak it up on that motherfucker.
And she's like... She looks over at you and she walks over to you. And she's like, may I approach you, Lady Cayenne?
Of course.
And she just reaches out and gently puts her hand on your shoulder. She sees the distress you're under, and she uses calm emotion on you.
Especially after what just happened earlier, that's needed.
She's like, relax, you are in a safe place. I am not here to harm you. If I were here to harm you, or any of the nobles were here to harm you from the royal family, you would simply not wake up. You would not have left the summoning chamber.
Understand.
I just had really unpleasant experiences with a very certain individual that happened to be very reminded by some of the dressers.
Part of their purpose is to make you uncomfortable. But if they do their jobs well. I had not introduced myself earlier. I am Lady Rosalind. I am the acting queen of the city.
Oh.
And you're looking at her, and she's dressed more akin to like a lady or just a general noble, not an actual queen. She's like, forgive me for not introducing myself properly earlier. As I have, like my other siblings, I have trouble with the nobility part of doing proper introductions.
We're familiar with that difficulty.
Yeah. Nobility's a weird thing to get used to.
And she pauses for a moment, she turns, and She watches the door open, and there's a jester there wearing kind of like a off-blue color. And they're holding the tray of food, and the red jester looks at it, examines it. And the jester comes in and bows so deeply, like all the way over on their tippy toes, like a ballet bow, and offers the food. And you realize it's the food for you and Feisty.
Will graciously take said food and say thank you.
As you take the large tray of food from this individual, they just simply fall and dissipate in through the cracks as water, and the water instantly dries up.
That's a neat trick.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
That was interesting. I've never seen that before.
If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are they?
It's not for us to say.
That's fair. It's really interesting.
I just recommend that you don't end up on their worst side.
Duly noted. No intention to do so.
Cayenne is going to call out into the direction of the jesters and say, "Thank you for your work," and just leave it at that. She's not going to say anything more than that.
You get no response from them, but you understand the nature of them, that they're basically anonymous. They don't speak. They only act. And
Yes,
you can
so it's like a certain show where everyone wears the same outfit, but you're not allowed to see faces, speak, unless spoken to, like outright spoken to.
Yeah,
that
and-
sort of thing.
Yeah, you're gonna see that they're very much, to a degree, do have some of the traditional vampire natures, the mysticism and the showmanship, and you probably could respect that. And she's like, hey, don't mind me. I'm just here to just give my greetings and hope that you're settling okay. I heard that you actually has found your father's
Yes.
home,
Yes.
and you will be relocating there. I've made the proper connections that things will be overseen and your new location will be watched. You are a highly important guest here, as we want to speak with you at the end of the week regarding noble matters. Until then, please enjoy our town.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Is there a place that you would recommend that I visit while here? Not exactly for business, but just a place to go to enjoy the scenery or the people?
Generally, just walking through the town, and the tree is one of the most active places. A lot of people like to have picnics around the tree or set up shops around the tree during the day. Any of you enjoy actually a good book?
Quite a few.
I've started to actually enjoy books quite a bit.
That's good.
His wife is special. Love affair.
She
She
greatly
has
enjoys
mountains
books.
of books that she reads.
Expect a gift tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. I have a question actually in regards to the palace. I also noticed there's a temple there.
Oh yes, our good savior of Palor.
Would that be a place that would be off limits to us?
No, everybody is within the city is welcome to visit the Temple of Palor. There would be no reason for us to keep him from anybody.
I was just curious because I noticed it's a very well fortified temple.
We believe keeping our deity close to us.
Makes sense.
There are other deities that are welcome within the city, and many other deities. We've opened up a lot more to other deities. We don't believe in shunning things unless they're of the evil nature. And then we have an extreme prejudice against evil nature.
Understand.
Understandable. Very much so.
But none of you are evil aligned, as we made sure that when you came through.
I do have a question. Would there happen to be a shrine to Bahamut around here? I've yet to find any location that would have one.
Actually up at the Temple Paler.
Yeah, the only place you've really been is where we popped in and then here.
Well, I meant like in our travels throughout the.
You didn't really
island.
travel through, it was more of a straight line.
Yeah.
No, not in the city, but more so to the different like towns and stuff we went in.
He has not found a temple of Bahamut.
Yeah.
Oh, there are shrines everywhere. Especially at the post, before you actually went down the path of Bahamut.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely shrines everywhere to Bahamut. As he's a very common deity. Especially to the scale folk.
Skeely Fook.
So, curiosity, you wouldn't happen to have a wizard school around, would you?
Oh,
I'm kind of learning my way around those arts and try to learn wherever I can go.
ooh, boy, ready for more deep cuts here. Shit. Let me check something real quick, because I gotta look at something. Aha, that's who it is. Right. Since you are going to be here a week, you are free to extend your stay, and we will cover the material cost of sending you back if you choose to stay. As we're most interested in speaking with you about noble matters, as you have a flourish for the performance, as your father did as well. Maggie often entertained my parents before they retired and became just advisors. But if you want to stay, you can pop over to our neighboring city, Orth. They openly worship the god of magic. More Easter eggs.
Oh. Do want
Well, I
to.
just found a new name to look up.
The God of Magic?
Uh-huh.
Could be actually several.
We
Yep.
do apologize in advance for any weird happenings that may occur around the manor. Our predecessors were very prone to pulling pranks, and we have no idea what to expect there.
It's within
I
the
doubt
house.
they would do anything on the outside.
But you never know with them. I mean, look what happened.
And
Would
it'd
you-
probably be set so that way only one of us could trigger it.
True.
They're not amateurs in the breed
Lady
department.
Cayenne, if you
Yes.
happen to go over to Orith and spend some time there, would you like us to inform the Grand Duke of your coming, so that he can make proper arrangements, or would you rather just simply travel there?
Probably just travel.
Yeah.
The player is very curious as to why the question was directed toward Cayenne.
Mainly because you weren't the one talking like back and forth. You're being observant and actually respectful over not bickering amongst each other.
But Nikolai isn't?
North.
Yeah, true. Probably. I may not actually be within her purview of
I
observation at this
think
moment.
it would be easier for all of us to travel, but I do believe that it would be important to inform the Grand Duke of us traveling there.
Okay.
Aren't we supposed to maintain anonymity?
Within this region, you're very well protected. We know who you are and of your lineage of being part of the Obscura. It's part of our history as well. So therefore, we are looking out for your best interest, as we thought all of your family members were dead. Surprise be that there are children of the Obscura standing before me by the blessing of Palor. We're happy to work on re-establishing our trades with you. But that is saved for the coming Friday.
Yes.
Well, not Friday. I need to look up the actual term.
The end of the week.
The end of the week, yes.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it might be fine to notify the Archduke that we're going to be there, but we don't necessarily need accommodations, I don't think. Like, we don't need anybody else to know.
It also ultimately depends on what type of conditions the travel would be. Let's face it, we don't know anything about this land.
The travel between here and there is fairly safe. We have patrols that go through there of the winter wolves.
Nothing as terrifying as the eclipse. That's good to know.
May I ask a couple questions of you, my lady?
Also, the day of the week is the Ret. For
Here's
those
the
wondering.
question: is it a regular 7-day week, or is it like?
No, there's actually a full 7-day a week. Remember, I have an entire calendar.
What is that, by the way?
I can post it again. But there is an entire calendar for this campaign world, including days, months, and all that, and yearly cycle. Oh yeah. She looks to you. What are those questions, Nikolai?
I seem to gather that your jesters are your eyes and ears of everything that goes around in your domain.
Yes.
And I would highly doubt that much ever escapes them.
That is correct.
Would there be any way possible to be able to have an audience with your jesters, to ask them some specific questions?
She simply places her hands in front of herself, clasping them together. You would never be permitted an audience with my jesters. However, you can present me a series of questions, and I will ask them in private.
Fair enough. We can pose these questions when we have our meeting, if you'd like. However, I have questions that already prepared that I would like to request of.
Prepare a scroll with the questions, leave it at the front desk, have the lady mark it, and a jester will simply come by, acquire it, and when we have our meeting, I will respond.
Yeah. And this will be perfectly safe to leave this message with someone else.
Lady Aspera is a trusted ally.
Very good. Thank you.
There have been people that have crossed her and tried to squander information out of her, and they have met a very unfortunate end that we've had to deal with. One of those individuals happened to be eaten by a Feywild Kraken.
That sounds unpleasant.
Alrighty then.
I like this style already.
Well, if we do stay longer, we should probably inform everyone back at home.
If we do stay
If
longer.
we do.
Yeah.
Alright, so she bids you guys a good night.
Thank you.
And you're free to travel to Orth, and she will give a heads up to the Duke there. You might be stopping by.
Okay.
And yeah, she leaves, lets you guys go about your business. And that's where we will call it for tonight.
Instead of sketches now, I'm writing down questions.
I'm sure you all have some questions. So, we will call it there for the night. We ran quite a bit later tonight. There was a lot of information to get through.
Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. It is 11 o'clock.
It is 11 o'clock.
Wow.
It's a night. Cayenne, you can go to bed and have pleasant dreams. No nightmare visits from Smiley.
I legit, I didn't wake up till probably about 5 p.m. So
Good. You need to fix your sleep schedule.
yeah,
You know what I need to, when I get there, I just need to get her so drunk that she just passes out and wakes up at normal time.
well, the problem was that I stayed up until like 8 something in the morning, so that didn't
Good
help either.
Lord. I haven't stayed up that long since I was in my 20s.
I was wired with so much energy, I could not fall asleep.
Oh, wow.
I did not feel tired at all.
In conjunction, the lady actually cast calm dreams on you. So, calm emotions and calm dreams. So, Cayenne will sleep very well. For those at home, we wish you a safe week. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
And we hope to see you next week as they start to explore a bit more.
Come join our Discord. We can share more awesome stories,
Yeah.
especially some ones involving this place.
We will wish you a good night and a thank you. And safe travels until next week when we see you again. Take a night, everyone.
Good night.
Good
night, everyone.
Like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff, you know.